In the midst of today's fast-paced digital revolution, the stakes are high for European economies. In the coming years, all sectors from agriculture to transport will be profoundly transformed by technologies based on new generation connectivity, high-speed computing and artificial intelligence. Global competition is intensifying, and we can only succeed if the EU and member states act together, pooling their resources and expertise to secure economic competitiveness and long-term prosperity. The Digital Day brings together ministers to accelerate cooperation at scale and push for ambitious pan-European projects on some of the bigger challenges we face. Member states that are ready to join will sign a declaration committing to work together. Others can join later if they wish. The success of Euro HPC proves the strength of this approach. What started 2 years ago with a declaration signed by only 7 member states at the first Digital Day is now a joint undertaking, grouping almost all member states, which has already published its first call for tender for the fastest supercomputer in the world. 21 ministers signed the blockchain declaration last year, now with 27 member states on board. By the end of this year, the world's first cross-border digital public services will be delivered on a European blockchain services infrastructure, cementing Europe's leadership role. The Artificial Intelligence Declaration has led to a coordinated European strategy, backed by increased investments, with Europe leading the world in managing AI's social, economic, ethical and legal implications. When connected cars seamlessly cross borders within the EU, this will be largely thanks to the 5G Mobility Corridors Declaration. 29 countries now support Europe's aim to lead in large-scale testing in deploying 5G infrastructure, offering connected and automated mobility. Thanks to last year's Human Genome Declaration, 20 countries agreed to interlink the results of their research, helping disease prevention and the development of more personalised treatments. In signing the Innovation Radar Declaration, 21 countries have joined forces to exploit EU-funded high-potential innovations and help innovators bring their products to market through guidance and financial support. Digital technologies can help overcome some of Europe's biggest societal and economic challenges, providing equal opportunities for all, using fewer pesticides for our food, or advancing the digitization of our rich cultural heritage. Digital days have brought tremendous achievements. Still, so much more can be done. Let's do it together.
And our work together begins right now. I want to welcome all of you to Digital Day 3, where European leaders will bring artificial intelligence to the next level. I'm Relitsa Vasilova. After many years working as an anchor for CNN International, I now report on companies which align their business strategies with the UN global goals on sustainable development. Why do they do it? Because doing good also makes good business sense. In today's world, many people want more than just a good deal. They also want the things that they buy made in an ethical way. And this holds true for the world's most promising and most disruptive technology, artificial intelligence. Many people have mixed feeling about AI, excited, but also concerned about its social impact. So they're looking to politicians to set those standards for this brave new world that we're building right now. So Europe is responding to these concerns with a plan to lead the way on AI ethics both at home and in the outside world. The EU believes that developing an ethical AI framework which upholds its values, protects from emerging risks, and also empowers innovation. So today, on Digital Day 3, we will lay out those brand new European guidelines for an ethical AI, invite participants to test out those key principles, and also explore the opportunities in areas with big AI potential, like agriculture, for example. Interested member states will be signing declarations cementing their commitments to the preferred actions that they want to take on ethical AI. And we will also have panel discussions on many interesting topics. So now, for opening remarks of this incredible day we have ahead of us, I invite Andrus Ansip, the Vice President of the European Commission responsible for the single digital market. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning to everybody. Ministers, fellow commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to see you all here for the third Digital Day. Thank you for coming. Not to forget, to begin with, I would like to cordially thank our Romanian colleagues for the really successful presidency. Alexandru Petrescu, you did a really good job with all those digital files. Thank you. The digital single market has come a long way since we held the first of these unique events in Rome 2 years ago. They have been a springboard in several ways. For the digital single market to progress and take shape. For Europe to speed up digitization in general. For each country to bring together its resources, talents, initiatives, and ideas. Digital Days made it possible for Europe to work more closely together on supercomputing, digital industry, connected and automated driving, the commitments made at the first Digital Day in 2017. Last year, we focused on artificial intelligence, blockchain, eHealth, and innovation. These are all areas where the digital single market can have a direct impact on people's futures, focusing on how we can make the most of new technologies. This year, we will look at how to advance the digitization of cultural heritage, agriculture and rural areas, and how best to get more women into the digital sector. And artificial intelligence, of course, to which I will return shortly. None of what we have achieved happened overnight, of course. It took time to prepare the ground. I think it is worth reflecting back on what we faced back in late 2014 and how far the digital single market has progressed since then. So much has changed that it is easy to forget how things used to be. Relentless daily frustrations for people and businesses, especially smaller ones. Limited competitiveness for EU industry. A string of legal, technical, and administrative barriers. Major country differences in connections and coverage, especially in rural areas. These are another factor behind poor digital access to goods and services. This situation was affecting everyone in Europe socially and economically. There were too many barriers preventing people from making the most of digital opportunities and innovation, holding Europe back competitively. So we had to act intelligently and quickly. We have now secured EU agreement for 28 out of the 30 laws proposed to build a functioning digital economy and society. Slowly but surely, the digital single market is turning into reality. And not just on paper. People already feel the difference in their daily lives. The end of roaming surcharges, the end of unjustified geo-blocking, new rules to stimulate competition and investment in 5G networks, improved online access in rural areas, a law that allows people who have signed up to online services in one EU country for books, music, games, films, drama, sport, to use those services when they travel to another. Net neutrality rules to give Europeans the right to access content of their choice online. No interference or discrimination, no blocking or throttling. Stronger cybersecurity, better protection against online threats. Just in December, the EU reached agreement on the Cybersecurity Act that creates a framework for certifying ICT products, processes and services that will be valid throughout the European Union. This is the EU's first internal market law that takes up the challenge of boosting security of connected products, IoT devices, as well as critical infrastructure. Stronger protection of data, both personal and commercial. With the General Data Protection Regulation, Europe now has the strongest and most modern data protection rules in the world, and they are becoming a global standard. A law to ensure free flow of data between EU countries, getting rid of unnecessary data lock-ins inside national territory. Another law to increase use and availability of public data. A scheme that pools national and EU resources to build world-class supercomputing and data infrastructure. These are just a few examples in a long list of successes. In all, the digital single market has created 35 new digital rights and freedoms as a new legal environment has fallen into place. It will allow us to make the most of data, the driving force for our digital future. This brings me to one of the main reasons we are here today for the third Digital Day. This morning's session is devoted to artificial intelligence, a priority for me as well as for the European Commission. An opportunity that Europe should grasp firmly and quickly. What the digital single market has achieved regarding data has laid the groundwork for our work to develop a European strategy for human-centric AI. We will examine the progress made since last year's declaration on artificial intelligence. This was a basis for our European strategy and a coordinated action plan with all EU countries. Most are now preparing their AI strategy or already have one. All will have it in place by mid-2019. This is how we can compete and reach 20 billion euros of public and private investments up to 2020 and more than 20 billion euros per year over the next decade. Along with data and investment, trust is also vital for the successful development of artificial intelligence. The Commission presented its approach yesterday, building on ethics guidelines prepared by the European Expert Group, who will shortly give you more details about their work. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, a strong and functioning digital single market is under construction, helping Europe's people and businesses to get the most and best from the digital age. Each Digital Day also helps to make that happen in policies and laws, in our economy and society, in the lives of all Europeans. Thank you again for coming to make your contribution to Europe's digital future. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Ansip. And now I invite EU Commissioner for Digital Economy and Society, Maria Gabriel, to the stage. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ralica. Dear Vice President, dear Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. First of all, let me thank you for your participation. I'm honored to address your distinguished audience. First, yes, we all believe and we trust the added value of these discussions that will be held during this third Digital Day. It is a great opportunity for all of us to deep dive into subjects that hold the power to change the life of our fellow citizens. In fact, the digital transformation at stake, far from being circumscribed to the technological sector, is impacting our economies and societies in every aspect. Digitization is not only an opportunity to advance technologies, but also, most importantly, to rethink in depth the very nature of most established processes, which does also raise complex challenges. The establishment of a thriving digital economy is one of the foundations of growth and employment in the European Union. That is why, for more growth and more jobs in Europe, we shall embrace this change for the benefit of all citizens, beyond the territories, the sectors of activity, the languages of our Union, and of course, beyond gender distinctions, because more than ever, we need all the talents of our modern societies. The completion of the digital single market, introduced by Vice President Ansip, is our answer to provide everyone with a greater variety of cross-border services, foster the creation of innovative online services at competitive prices, and enable our small and medium enterprises to bring out new ideas and products without excessive regulation. At its launch 4 years ago, the Digital Single Market Strategy outlined a very clear objective, that is to remove the barriers which prevented the European digital sector from functioning optimally. Since then, we have spared no efforts to put forward a policy mix based on a balance between investment measures and regulatory initiatives, which has given European businesses new tools for digital competitiveness. Our two key words, initiative and responsibility. In doing so, we have addressed a fair share of the citizens' concerns in the digital field: high roaming costs, unjustified geo-blocking, and personal data protection. We are proud of these achievements, but also aware that the digital landscape is constantly shifting, which triggers our paramount motivation to do more. At a time when, on the international scene, diverging, if not antagonistic, political models are meeting with success from the economical point of view, I'm convinced that the extra spark of our democratic model will come from its essential focus on people. Artificial intelligence offers a relevant example of cross-cutting phenomenon brought about by the digital shift. AI has the potential to transform our world for the better. It can improve our lives in many areas, for improved healthcare and waste reduction to fraud prevention. Nevertheless, we acknowledge that it raises difficult challenges. AI last year's Digital Day, we launched the cooperation on artificial intelligence, a very concrete example, because the declaration on AI signed by all member states and Norway led to the coordinated plan on artificial intelligence. We have also launched a threefold European strategy for AI, fostering development, addressing social issues, and ensuring ethical AI. The challenges for the future are numerous, including, of course, ethics, but also the need for investments and the world race. In this perspective, we keep on moving forward. The high-level group responsible for the development of a draft ethical framework for AI will notably present their ethical guidelines in the next session. The progress made on AI over the last year are the very epitome of the catalyzer's role played by the digital days. To make the most out of it, I would like to turn on two powerful and significant sectors which are highly relevant on the ground for digitalization. I mean agriculture and the creative and cultural sector. The agricultural sector fully deserves our focused attention. In fact, rural areas cover 80% of the European territory. So you will agree that we cannot talk of inclusive digital transformation unless rural areas are on board. Agriculture is the main activity of these areas. Hence, digitizing agriculture is instrumental to a successful digitalization of our economies and societies. I'm much attached to shed light on the innovative technologies, and notably AI, implemented by pioneers in the agricultural sector. I'm thinking of beekeepers and organic farmers who are reaping the benefits of AI to extract knowledge of large databases and ultimately increase the value of their products and reduce the environmental impact of their activities. So the Declaration on a Smart and Sustainable Digital Future for European Agriculture and Rural Areas recognizes both the pressing need to address the economic, societal, and environmental challenges in the agricultural and rural areas, as well as the potential of digital technologies to overcome these challenges. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, and fast broadband connections, including 5G, are indeed instrumental, not only for the sustainability and competitiveness of European farms and rural businesses, but also to improve the quality of life for all citizens in rural areas. The cultural sector and creative industries, they are in a position to create dreams, common emotions, and understanding beyond languages, hence to shape up our societies beyond national borders. Creative works hold the power to highlight role models, whether real or even fictional, likely to inspire our fellow citizens to be bold and follow their inspiration in their daily life. At a time when populist attempts and antagonizing us against each other, culture is the glue that forms identity and that determines the soul of Europe, as says my friend Wim Wenders. The digitalization of the creative and cultural industries is a means to spread further and strengthen our common values, not only amongst our fellow citizens, but towards future generations. The Declaration of Cooperation in Advancing Digitalization of Cultural Heritage builds on the momentum of the European Year of Cultural Heritage 2018. It also maximizes the opportunities brought by the state-of-the-art ICT and digital technologies, with challenges faced by our cultural heritage sector across member states. Let's face it, our rich cultural heritage is at risk, and this declaration invites the member states to register progress all together in an area where synergies with digital technologies applied to concrete projects can make a real difference on the ground. I'm thinking, for example, of a pan-European initiative for 3D digitalization of cultural heritage artifacts. That's why, through this declaration, our goal is to leverage technology to enhance the visibility of our cultural heritage and support spillovers with other sectors, such as tourism, for instance. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond the two sectors that deserve our particular attention in the present discussions, there are cross-cutting principles that we shall stick to. Earlier, I have mentioned my strong belief in the fact that our extra spark as Europeans lies in our focus on the citizens. They are the alpha and omega of any political engagement, and as such, they ought to be the cornerstone of our action. This is an intense driver for more inclusion. Firstly, because inclusion is at the heart of our common European values. Likewise, the protection of fundamental rights, the development of fair society, which gives everyone their chances, whatever their origin, it is part and parcel of the European dream. Secondly, and this reason is fundamentally political, because without the inclusion of all, there will be no successful transition to a knowledge-based society, which is the only model capable of bringing the European growth that we expect into the years to come. Applied to the digitalization process, it implies not only to mobilize all talents, women and men alike, but also to give each citizen a fair opportunity to build up his or her talent all life long through training adapted to each level of competence in digital skills. I trust your engagement and our cooperation in the framework of the Digital Day and beyond. That will make a strong impact. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. I'd like to invite now to the stage Alexander Petrescu, the Minister of Communications and Information Society, to speak on behalf of the Romanian presidency. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Dear Vice President Andrus Ansip, dear Commissioner Maria Gabriel, dear colleagues and distinguished guests. I am honored to participate today in the Digital Day 3, already an emblematic event for the European Digital Single Market, and this year edition being organized by the European Commission under the auspices of the Romanian presidency. I see this event as an excellent opportunity to set the vision for the future of the digitization of our economies and societies, and to engage in an interactive and brainstorming on how we can be more competitive and more innovative. The diverse themes of this year's edition of Digital Day, meaning agriculture, culture, and women in tech, show clearly how largely the benefits of our digital technologies can be disseminated in the society and in the economy. The Romanian presidency welcomes the ambitious approach of Commissioner Juncker to set as a key European priority the achievement of a fully digital single market and to prepare the European citizens, companies, administrations to reap the benefits of the advanced digital technologies. We strongly believe that the digital single market strategy has generated and is still generating significant benefits for Europe in terms of providing businesses with new opportunities to scale up across Europe, ensuring reliable, trustworthy, high-speed, affordable networks and services for all and boosting Europe's competitiveness. Under the motto, Borderless and Transformative Digital Europe, the Romanian presidency is focused on bringing a substantial added value to the EU objectives and principles governing the digital single market. We are paying particular attention to the creation of the premises for the innovative Europe to flourish in order to create a friendly environment for the European innovative startups and scale-up companies and for entrepreneurship. We want to ensure that every business in Europe benefits from digital innovation by promoting young entrepreneurship and by uptaking of data-driven businesses opportunities by European industries. For this to happen, we need to empower our citizens and companies with digital skills by increasing digital literacy all across Europe, improving e-skills levels in the labor force, promoting creativity, talent, and specialized skills for big data, cybersecurity, and future technologies. Cybersecurity, reducing digital discrepancies, improving digital literacy, and creating the conditions for developing a digital ecosystem favorable to innovation and startups and women in tech are among our main digital priorities. The Romanian presidency has already successfully completed the negotiations on many legislative files of crucial importance for the digital single market, like the Directive for Open Data and the Reuse of Public Sector Information, the modern copyright rules fit for the digital age, the regulation of the fairness on platform to business, P2B, trading practices in the online platform economy, the Digital Euro program, Connected Europe facility. Equally, on other important legislative files, we are advancing at a very good speed. Digitization is not anymore a choice, but it's a huge necessity for our economies, European industries, research and innovative capacities, labor markets, education system, and for our society in general. I believe Europe has the capacity and the resources to be a worldwide leader in connected cars, artificial intelligence, supercomputing, blockchain, connectivity, data economy. But in order to transform itself into a digital power, Europe needs to be united and to tackle the problems like digital disparities, lack of digital skills, and the reform of the labor markets in the digital new reality. Achieving a true digital internal market is impossible without an active and intensive cooperation among all member states, European institutions, and stakeholders. That is why the Romanian presidency is fully engaged in the discussions, actions, and initiatives launched in the context of the DSM strategy in order to bring a constructive added value to the deployment of a competitive, equitable, and strong internal market. Therefore, Romania will sign all three ministerial declarations, as is highly committed to all initiatives that can ensure the development, the cooperation, and the leadership of Europe in digital economy and society. In order to improve the competitiveness in the digital sector, the Union should take concrete measures in the direction of finding rapid and pragmatic solutions to the existing problems on the market, but also of identifying new opportunities for investments. We have to make sure that all our citizens and companies can access, process, and share information via online environment. They should have access to fast and reliable internet connections. Therefore, the Union should encourage those models of investments that respond to the specific needs of the users, especially in the rural and remote areas where investments are usually less profitable. We need as well to create the conditions for the EU businesses to grasp the opportunities of digital technologies. We need as well the rapid progress on the digital markets shows clearly how crucial is the impact and implications of the digital technologies in all economic activities, and how quickly the entire digital ecosystem is moving. In this context, ensuring cybersecurity becomes a must and a responsibility for everyone, individual users, companies, organizations, vital sectors such as energy, transport, water, banking, financial market, healthcare, and countries and regions. The new industrial revolution is also driven by data and automation, but in order to become a success, needs enhanced trust in the digital economy, effective data protection, and strong network and information security rules. In this way, we will generate more business opportunities, digital knowledge, and digital entrepreneurship, and we will stimulate research and innovation. Enhancing digital skills is essential for the future of our competitive digital economy, and to this end, we need to increase the number of our digital experts to meet the new challenging demands in today's labor market. I'm happy to see so many women participating to this event. Romania ranks among the highest in the EU when it comes to women graduating technological universities. I think it is important to empower girls and women all around Europe and to motivate them to pursue careers in the digital technology sectors and to promote awareness of digital learning. Equally, it is important to show the successful European women role models working in the digital sector and to launch campaigns and events to encourage a career in digital technologies for girls and women. And the final thought at the end, I believe the alignment of all the member states is a key component of our success to raise competitiveness. And remember these final thoughts. We are, as Union, as strong as the least committed member states. Therefore, topping up priorities on digital is paramount for all of us. I wish you all successful and inspiring debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Petrescu. And now we will move on to the first topic of the day. We will be discussing artificial intelligence, ethical guidelines. I suppose you saw this. We have them in the corridors. We have them over here. You can pick up a copy. This is what we're unveiling today, the guidelines of the European Union for ethical artificial intelligence. And now I would like to invite back to the stage Commissioner Gabriel. She will be laying out this new guidelines and this new strategy. Welcome.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais passer en français. Monsieur le vice-président, cher ministre.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking French. President, ministers, MEPs, Mr. Chair of the Expert Group on Artificial Intelligence, ladies and gentlemen. I would like now to be speaking about 3 points. First one being looking at the past. What have we been doing so far? What have we achieved? Because we all remember where we were at the Digital Day number 2 when we signed the declaration. So let's look at what we've been doing so far. Then let's look at the future. Those guidelines about ethical artificial intelligence is a major step forward. So let's look now at the steps ahead. Let's look at the prospects. Let me start with something you're all familiar with. Artificial intelligence has a huge potential. The potential to transform our world, our environment, and transform it everywhere, across the board, even in those industries that have a direct impact on our daily life, health, transport, or, as I said when I introduced this subject earlier on, reduce waste and also fight fraud. So, today, more than ever, we think we have a huge opportunity, but this opportunity goes hand in hand with new challenges. And it is precisely in order to take on those challenges that we can already be proud of how far we've come. Let's remember, April 2018, then we present our European strategy on artificial intelligence. The strategy based on 3 pillars. Reinforce our industrial and technological capacity, take on the socio-economic challenge, but also bear in mind the ethical aspects. So more than ever, we're now putting forward what we call an approach where the added value lies in the fact that it is human-centered. It is the human that is behind the wheel. And this is in it, this objective. We want Europe to be a leader. We want Europe to promote this human-based approach. And this is in the spirit that we have carried on working and working. First of all, as I said earlier on, the basis of everything, the cornerstone of this strategy from April of last year. Let me be more precise here. When we presented this strategy back in April 2018, we said we are committed on socio-economic issues, on ethics, but we have already brought a response on the issue of investment. We have suggested that investment in artificial intelligence should be increased by 2020. In Digital Europe, we have also put forward AI. Not only to say this is a priority, but also we want this priority to go hand in hand with the necessary investment that go with it. Second cornerstone, in December, we came up with this plan, coordinated plan with the member states. This is for me the opportunity here to thank all the member states. Thank you to all of them. Thank you for your commitment. Let me recall that in this plan we have all defined all together a list, an action list, which will make it possible to reinforce this development of AI in Europe, but also to be already prepared for the next step for implementing this program, Digital Europe. This has been recalled earlier on, but let me also call the attention of member states. We are waiting for your national strategies on artificial intelligence. Please bring this forward before June 2019. This is my call to member states. There are still a few member states which I would like you to motivate and show you my support. All of you should have this national strategy implemented. And thirdly, we have set up an expert group, and we have tasked it with bringing forward recommendations on ethical issues, but also to have inside this group a dedicated working group that is in the months to come is going to come forward with recommendations on investment and policies. We tend to forget it. The next months are going to be essential. So, to try to be in line with this expectation, bring forward ethical aspects, because this is Europe, to have ethics at the core of everything we do. We could rely on the expertise and the commitment of 52 experts, this high-level group. The chair is with us today. I would like to thank this group, a high-level expert group. Thank you for energy, for your dedication. Thank you for the extraordinary work you've been doing. I know you've been working on weekends, even sometime at night. I know you've been really dedicated. But for the first time, not only we have taken the initiative, but we have really made sure that things could go faster and make sure that Europe should be a leader in a technology where we think Europe should be a leader. Today we're going to go into details, but yesterday already the Commission has been presenting its ethical principles. Those principles, there is a list of 7 principles. I'm not going to go into details now, but because we're going to have the debate now, but let's say how important it is to make sure that there is responsibility, transparency, non-discrimination, to make sure that there is a protection of data. Take on board also the impact on society and on the environment. Today, we are going to be able to talk about those aspects, but let me anticipate the future. We've been looking at what we've been doing so far. Ethics. What is the future? What are the next steps? The next steps, once the principles have been presented, what we're looking forward now is the next stage, the test phase. We're going to see firsthand, in real life, in tangible aspects, should we adjust those principles? Should we reinforce those principles? All this will be carried out thanks to you, thanks to all your input, thanks to this European Alliance for AI. So this is a call to member states, but also to all stakeholders. We want you on board. Be involved. We need your input so that by the end of the year we have a clearer picture about how operational these principles are. How can they be implemented in real life? And this is why by next year, 2020, we would like to come back, look at the outcome of this test phase and possibly adjust some of those principles in the light of this experience. And this is also an opportunity for me here to first of all launch the pilot phase, ask member states, be active member states, but also at the same time, I would like to now call on our international partners. AI is a challenge for all of us, not only for the European Union, and this is why I firmly believe that thanks to constructive approach, together with our international partners who are with us today here, I think that yes, together we can build consensus. We can come forward with a common approach which will make it possible for us to keep human at the center of development. Everything should be human-centered, but we should know that data algorithms have no border. It's up to us to shape the ethical environment we want. And this is why I think it's possible that together we identify the synergies, the convergences. I'm thinking here about Canadian, Japanese, Singapore partners, and there are active players within the G7, the G20. Together, we should show our ability to build a consensus around a human-centric and ethical AI. So this is the third numerical digital days number 3. There's a third opportunity to join forces, to define together, to outline together common action and to implement them. We have been showing so far how efficient we've been, how effective we've been, and I firmly believe that thanks to the work of the high-level expert group and its chair, but also thanks to the involvement of all stakeholders, yes, we will be capable not only of showing that when we work together we are stronger and we move forward, but also thanks to talk, common initiatives, we give content to this inclusive digital approach. And this is the strong message I would like to launch here today for our citizens, for our businesses, for all of us as an international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. We have our marching orders now. And now we will hear from one of the experts whose hard work so impressed Commissioner Gabriel. With so many unknowns, I'm thinking, how did this high-level expert group come up with guidelines? And I want to find out more about what they are. I welcome now for that Pekka Alipietila, the chair of the high-level expert group on artificial intelligence, who authored the guidelines. Welcome.
Dear Vice President, dear Commissioner, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, June 28th of 2018, Commission established high-level expert group comprising of 52 experts of high level of diversity to deliver 2 documents. The document we discussed today, ethical guidelines, and policy and investment recommendations. Unsurprisingly, the timeline was very short. Having 2 deliverables and short timeline means that it's a lot of work. And it really was. The teamwork was as expected, intense, and our team went through all the phases any team would go through, from storming to forming and then performing. And already in December 18th, 2028, we had the draft for consultation and for comments. And we got over 500 comments, which we have now taken into account and consideration when finishing this paper, which is available today. Now it's time, and now we owe many thanks to many. First of all, Vice President Ansip, Commissioner Gabriel, thank you for providing the challenging yet crucial tasks and support. Here you can see 52 members to whom we all owe very, very warm thanks. And I can tell you, the way how we worked, there were situations where we were overloaded, people couldn't come because their professional work or they felt sick. Always somebody stood up and carried the torch and the work continued. We had 9 very special rapporteurs who dedicated huge amount of time, energy and activity to make sure that the subgroup work would build into the one single document. We had 2 chairs, vice chairs, who have played a crucial role in guiding the work. And then we were blessed. We were blessed with 2 guardian angels from the Commission side. Director for AI, Lucilla Scioli, and coordinator of our work and our group, Natalie Smusa. So the document at hand starts from a human-centric approach as put forward in the European strategy for AI exactly 1 year ago. The human-centric approach means that AI is a means, not an end. It is a means to advance human well-being by maximizing the benefits of AI while minimizing the risks. Without trust in AI, this aim cannot be achieved. That is why we chose trustworthy AI as our foundational ambition. Trustworthy AI has 3 components. It needs to be lawful, it needs to be ethical, and it needs to be robust. In our guidelines, we propose a framework for achieving trustworthy AI, and the bedrock of that framework is fundamental rights, from where we have identified 4 ethical principles which build on the work of the EGE and Fundamental Rights Agency. These principles are respect for human autonomy, prevention of harm, fairness, and explicability. On the basis of these 4 principles, we derived 7 concrete requirements that AI systems should meet in order to be trustworthy. Without imposing a hierarchy, these 7 requirements are human agency and oversight, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, societal and environmental well-being, and accountability. Human agency and oversight means that AI should empower human beings, allowing them to make informed decisions and fostering their fundamental rights. At the same time, proper oversight mechanisms need to be ensured that which can be achieved through human in the loop, human on the loop, and human in control approaches. In the loop, on the loop, in control. If you have any doubts, what would that mean? You have many experts here, so don't hesitate to ask. Technical robustness and safety. AI systems need to be resilient and secure. They need to be safe and have a fallback plan in case of something goes wrong. They need to be accurate, reliable, and reproducible. This is the only way we can make sure that also unintended harm can be minimized and prevented. Privacy and data governance. I don't need to explain to you the importance of data, privacy, and GDPR. But besides that, we also need to ensure adequate data governance which takes into account the quality and the integrity of the data and ensures legitimatized access to data. We need to ensure that the data, the system, and the AI business model are transparent. Traceability mechanisms can help achieving this. We also need to ensure that AI systems and their decisions can be explained in a manner adapted to the relevant audiences, which in some cases is a challenging task. Communication is key in two ways. Human needs to be aware that they are interacting with an AI system, and they need to be informed of the system's capabilities and limitations. Diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness. One of the fundamental challenges we should address is unfair bias, which could have multiple negative implications from the marginalization of vulnerable groups to the exacerbation of prejudice and discrimination. All systems should be accessible to all, regardless of any disability, and involve relevant stakeholders throughout the life cycle of AI system. Societal and environmental well-being. All systems should ideally benefit all human beings, including future generations. To make that possible, we need to ensure that they are sustainable and environmentally friendly. And we need to ensure that they take into account our environment, including other living beings. Moreover, social and societal impact of AI systems should be carefully considered. Last but not least, mechanisms should be established to ensure responsibility and accountability of AI systems and their outcomes, both before and after developing, deploying, and using. This means that we need to enable the assessment of algorithms, data, and processes through auditability, especially in critical applications. This also means that accessible mechanisms need to be put in place to ensure adequate redress. So, what now? We have 7 requirements, and we are happy. Not quite. That is not enough. We want to implement them. We want guidelines to be as relevant as possible. We want to give practical guidance wherefrom we can learn. Therefore, to operationalize this framework, we pushed the envelope and created an assessment list that offers concrete guidance on how requirements can be implemented in practice. It has 131 questions. Since the use of AI is always context-specific, we now need to assess the relevance and the completeness of these questions for different AI applications. In some cases, we may have too many. In some areas, too little. They might not be relevant. In some areas, we need to find a different kind of approach. And here, the piloting comes handy. Launching a piloting process that will gather feedback on how this assessment list can not only be improved, but become the benchmark throughout the world. From today, we invite all stakeholders to take part in this piloting process. All feedback that we receive will be used to propose a revised version of this assessment list in early 2020. This piloting process is a crucial piece in a bigger jigsaw that will pave the road step by step towards European leadership in AI. But in order to earn this leadership, Europe needs to be able to learn fast, and faster than the other economical regions. This piloting process, for its own part, allows us to gain the speed in learning as we go, and by that building the foundation of trustworthy AI for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alapietila. Thank you for all your efforts, and we will now start talking about implementing those guidelines and start this process of getting them ready for real life. But before we start our discussions, a little housekeeping. I just want to let you know that after we finish our discussions on artificial intelligence, we will be launching the technical cooperation between the European Commission's Directorate for Communications, Network, Content and Technology, DG Connect, and the European Space Agency in the area of quantum communication infrastructure to protect data. So stay tuned for that. And one more thing, I just want to let you know, we're streaming live. You can follow us on hashtag DigitDay2019. And now let's proceed with our series of discussions. We heard from Commissioner Gabriel and also from Mr. Alapietila. They laid out the guidelines, the strategy for ethical AI, and now it's time for our first discussion. How do we get interested member states to pilot it, to test it, so that it can be adjusted for reality and implemented? We will hear from those who are already working on an ethical AI in their own countries. We'll talk about how others can get involved and also join in the process. And also, we will be seeking alliances across borders with third countries. Our first discussion will be on the benefits, the needs, and the concerns among EU member states with whom the Commission is working in close cooperation. And then the second panel will broaden the discussion to see how Europe can strengthen its position as an AI leader internationally and how stakeholders can pilot and bring those ethical guidelines forward. For our first panel, now I will introduce and invite our panelists to the stage. Mr. Petr Očko, the Deputy Minister for Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. Welcome to the stage. You can take the seat at the end. Ms. Mona Keizer, with the Dutch State's Secretary for Economic Affairs and Climate Policy. Welcome to you as well. You can sit next to Mr. Očko. Welcome. Mr. Marek Zagorski, Minister of Digital Affairs of Poland. Welcome to you as well. Mr. Andrea Cioffi, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Economic Development of Italy. Welcome to you as well. And Ms. Yekaterina Rojaka, Vice Minister of the Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Welcome. We will need some translation at some point, so I hope that all of you have your headsets, unlike me. And now I would like to start our discussion. And my first question is going to be to Yekaterina Rojaka. Your country recently adopted a brand new artificial intelligence strategy. And I wanted to ask you, what role does ethics play in this general strategy?
Yeah, we have quite fresh artificial intelligence strategy. It was introduced to the public just several weeks ago, and it was a huge success, a huge interest from the broader public and all the associations and enterprise level. So, but regarding the ethics, I would say it's the core because it's section number 1, the ethical principles and the legal principles. Well, I believe that the most problematic thing will be in implementing, because the ethical standards, we need to have coordination on that. We have to have them unified across the country. We are a very open country. We export about 80% of our GDP, but we also have a huge diaspora of Lithuanians living outside who are now working on the artificial intelligence, on the digitalization. And as it was previously said, digitalization is not a choice anymore. Artificial intelligence is not a choice also. So we definitely need to have those legal and ethical procedures and structures to be in place so that we can move and benefit. Of course, we need to find the empowerment from the artificial intelligence or not to be overpowered. And as Lithuanian economy is, I mentioned, of one of the highest possible automated automation of jobs, we see a lot of challenges there. And definitely, I believe that ethical standards would go very much in line with the human capital standards, and the awareness of the overall system would be of a great challenge for us.
Thank you. I'd like to go over to Mr. Cioffi. You are currently developing an artificial intelligence strategy. In doing so, what do you consider the most important ethical implications as you are doing that?
Direi che è una bella domanda.
Excellent question. Indeed, we have to concentrate on many issues.
Do we need a moment?
May I?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Cioffi. We'll be ready for you.
I apologize, but we'll be ready.
It's just my English that is not good.
It's fine. Everyone's entitled to speak their language. That's what the interpreters are here for.
We have interpretation, very talented interpretation.
Thank you. I think that we need to be careful on a few important issues. Namely, we have to understand what IA does. We have to follow the reasoning. I think it's necessary for Europe to work on the concepts, to remember that at the center of everything is the person. If we look at the international level, the global level, then we see that Europe has to be and could be at the center, could be a motor with the US and China. So I think that having launched this initiative was a very important step. I think that it's also a great opportunity. I'm enthusiastic. Nevertheless, if we're not careful, this opportunity could turn into something negative, and we don't want a negative impact. The European Parliament voted on a concept saying that artificial intelligence cannot be used for weapons, and we need to say this at an international level. We have to repeat this concept. It's simple but fundamental. So once again, I think it's a great opportunity. We shouldn't be afraid. We just have to treat it with caution.
I'd like to thank you very much. I'd like to cross over now to Marek Zagorski, Minister of Digital Affairs of Poland. The guidelines propose that we embed ethical principles right in the beginning of the development of a product. Tell us more about your vision on how that should happen.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Just like my Italian friend, I am going to speak Polish, not Italian. And I would like to refer to I'd like to refer to what was said by my Italian colleague. I would like to stress that a very important element is that today, during the digital days, we are signing two documents which are worthy mentioning. We'll be talking about digitalization of cultural heritage and digitalization of agriculture. These are very two very good elements, because the cultural heritage of Europe shows from the very beginning that the human being is at the center of the culture. What makes us special, what makes special our history and culture is that human-centered approach. This is the value that we can bring into the development of artificial intelligence solution. The second area is agriculture, and it's important too, because the success of the European agriculture and the success of the products of European agriculture are based on trust, on the entire system that has been created in Europe through common agricultural policy, a system which guarantees safety, which guarantees high quality standards. Because of that, the European Union is a leader of exports of food products. These are two elements where we should use our experience, use what we have achieved. We cannot shape these. We don't have time to shape this area as we did on the area of common agricultural policy, because that took 50 years. But I believe that stressing the cultural heritage, stressing this human-centered approach, which is also mentioned in the report by the expert group. So also the human standard of acceptance, referring acceptance to the human element, this is what we can achieve in the European Union. It will also improve the trust in these technologies, and I hope it will be decisive for the competitive advantage of the European Union and technologies developed in the European Union. If we stress that aspect of quality, we will convince our citizens that what we are offering as far as AI is concerned and what is developed in Europe is trustworthy. And if we achieve that, I believe we can win that competition war that is taking place between big global players, who we should also make follow our example.
So what I'm hearing, all of you are saying it has to be human-centric. It has to focus on people. And you added also trust to that. And my next question to Mona Kaiser is, at the Dutch Digital Summit just 2 weeks ago, you unveiled the an ethical approach to AI. How was it welcomed?
Well, I'll try English. My Dutch is brilliant. Let's see how I do in English. Well, 2 weeks ago we had our Dutch Digital Summit, and the ethical approach was widely welcomed, the ethical approach of the European Commission. And I'm very happy that today we're here together. So thanks to the European Commission and, of course, the high-level expert group to discuss the subject. Today we will be also discussing women in tech. So I'm very happy with Katelijn Muller, MA van Wijnsbergen, and Virginia Dignam. They're one of 3 women who are also part of this discussion. So that's a very good thing. In Netherlands, we try to cooperate closely with business knowledge institutions, other governments, citizens, to make sure that the digital approach is also part of using artificial the ethical approach is also part of using artificial intelligence. And in the Netherlands, we've got a public-private coalition, AI-net, who are working on a national agenda, and we're hoping that it's launched together, of course, with a government. It's launched before summer. And in the Netherlands, we also got another organization, 600 companies who work in ICT, who have launched their own code of conduct. So also in the Netherlands, we're discussing the subject, and it's got 8 principles. Nice to see which is the extra one. I'm not sure yet, but I will look into it. And for example, it's very important, they say, to provide insight into data that is used by the AI application. And I find it very important that we stop discussing the subject as if citizens don't understand, because it's also technical. And I'm a humble lawyer. I'm not into the technical part of AI, but I've got a brilliant son at home who does. And we've got all kinds of organizations who also do. And it's very important to check and balance powers, especially when AI is such a big part of our society. Because at the end of the day, it's not about the ethical guidelines as an end goal, it's about trust. And if people don't trust the techniques, don't trust the artificial intelligence, they won't use it, and then we won't harvest the economic benefits, which is also one of the reasons why we are doing this. We're going to test the ethical guidelines. I'm very happy with that. And a Dutch company, Virtual Vault, is also one of them who wants to be part of it, making sure that we've got trustworthy algorithms. And I, for one, strongly believe we should be very careful with black box algorithms. Maybe we shouldn't even accept them. So I'm very curious at.
And so I think we should explain black box.
Oh yeah,
it means
black box actually
you can't understand.
Computer says no, and nobody knows why.
Exactly, that's scary.
And we all know the film from Little Britain. We all know it, and we all feel like we want to pull the lady over the reception when she says computer says no. But that's actually what is going to happen if we don't address this subject. So let's make sure when we talk about human-centered artificial intelligence, that we won't be accepting circumstances in the digital life which we wouldn't accept in the normal analog life. I think that's one of the explanations when you talk about a human-centered artificial. And to say a few last words, I strongly believe that in a few years' time we won't be talking about privacy anymore. Because yeah, I really do so, because we've got great legislation in Europe. I strongly believe that we will be talking about autonomy. Are we still in charge of the decisions we are making, or are algorithms? And
I hope we
it's
remain
an open
in
question,
charge.
but I think
we
you
have the guidelines
what my
trying
answer
to
would be. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Oczko, I don't think many people realize that the word robot actually is of Czech origin, right? So speaking of humans in control over algorithms and robots, tell us how can we make robots ethical, and how can we make those guidelines work for robots?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here. It's a good point with the robot. Actually, it was by Karel Čapek, famous Czech author. But I'm happy to be here also, not just because the robot is a word that has origins in Czech Republic, but Czech Republic, previous Czechoslovakia, is very much industrial country. Actually, I don't know how many people realize that we are the most industrialized country of the European Union, and Germany is second. So.
Anybody from Germany?
Per capita, of course. And of course, we have very good cooperation with Germany, I would say. Topics
diplomatic answer.
Industry 4.0 and digital transformation of industry for many years, and that's why actually we invest quite a lot of in robotics. And then you have to ask if we speak about robotics with embedded AI. Of course, you have this I would say silly robots. Then without AI, this is not the talk. But if we speak about AI embedded robots, then the question is different. And we invest quite a lot of our energy, and we have a few strategies that are focusing on how to bring AI and I wouldn't say robots, but rather cyber-physical systems into the production. And this a few years ago already we started a few projects research where we deal how humans cooperate with cyber-physical systems. So we actually launched 3 years ago a program that is focusing on social research, social research where we also support projects with ethical aspects, and we have a few projects that actually deal with with cooperation of human and robots. And actually, we are very much happy that the European Commission has come with ethical guidelines, because many outcomes of these projects actually we see in the principles, and this is definitely something that can distinguish Europe to the rest of the world. I would repeat a few main words that were said by my predecessors. Definitely, a human-centric approach is absolutely necessary, and we have to speak about ethical approach in the sense of core values as human dignity, freedom. I very much like the concept, mentioning the concept of personal autonomy. This is very important for the future, and we have to. I think this is another topic for deeper research, and I think we should invest into that, into exploring the concept of personal autonomy. Then actually trust. Definitely trust is very important. If we would like to have a future where we use benefits of artificial intelligence and the technologies around that, we need to build trust of citizens in these new technologies, and this means that we have to embed the ethical principles into that. It has to be by default. So this is very important, and what we speak also in the Czech Republic very much is how to deal with incorporating these concepts already into education, because this is very important. Education actually builds new generations of people, and they have to know how to deal with these new technologies, and they have to have trust in them, but they have to have in mind the core ethical principles. So this is a big topic that we actually are exploring right now, how to deal with ethical principles for AI and education. Of course, we could speak about some other topics. What is very important is necessity to avoid the bias of the AI systems, and then we speak very much about careful selection of the data sets for training the systems, the robots. So I think this should be another topic, and it is another topic to explore deeper how to select such data sets, how to make them diverse, how to make them unbiased.
A lot of issues that we have to consider. But I'd like to move on now. You made a good transition when you mentioned some specific projects. And in the next round of questions, I want to ask each one of you to tell us what are the opportunities to really invest ethics into digital strategy. What are the specific things that need to be done in terms of, would it have to be, Mr. Riaka, a new business model, or would there have to be new regulations? How much would you have to leave to companies to decide? What is your top concern about, the thing that needs to be handled to make this a reality?
Well, I believe there are not only concerns, but there are also opportunities, right? But we have to concentrate on those opportunities too. We have to boost an open data center. We definitely need, and I believe that since EU to some extent already lost the battle on the competitiveness in some areas, on the public sector areas, we have a huge opportunity here. And
specifically which?
Specifically, all over, I believe, if we create the regulatory framework on the public sector, some kind of a sandbox, with training and with trying different approaches, that could be a huge boost for overall ethical and regulatory standards. That could be as a best example, copying and replicating in the other countries or the region-wise. But again, as I already mentioned, it is very important that those standards would be not only EU-based, but also internationally. And here, the business actually could help, because we see now the globalization in global chains, and participating in global chain, it helps very much with the environmental issues, for instance, because those companies that would like to be a part of the global chain, they need to be compliant with the environmental standards. For instance, Lithuanian companies, if they provide some part of the global chain to the Swedish or Norwegian companies that have higher standards, they need to be on this higher standard. The same could be with the artificial intelligence, and that's why the business actually could help to some extent. But of course, we definitely need to consider education and skills, because for now, a lot of talents are actually seeking education outside the EU on artificial intelligence, and
it's a big problem.
It is very important to.
I'd like to go over to Mr. Cioffi, and where do you see ethical artificial intelligence having the biggest potential in what specific sector?
Partirei da una considerazione.
Well, first and foremost,
sul fatto che nel 2035 l'età media della popolazione europea sarà più alta.
I'd say that in 2035, the average age of Europeans will be higher, will be 5 years higher, and senior citizens are more fragile. Now, having said that, using artificial intelligence might be useful, but we need to understand that we are targeting elderly people, and that is a fragile group when it comes to technology. So we need to pay attention. There are opportunities and risks. Now, if I think of my mother, she's 83, and she might, become the victim of fraud over the telephone, for instance, or shopping television, or whatever. I mean, artificial intelligence can can involve additional risks in that respect. So we need to be cautious. Artificial intelligence is meant to improve our citizens' lives, but it also comes with the potential of making things even worse and involving threats and risks that are not there in non-artificial intelligence. Now, the labour market and in general, employment in general will change completely. So new ways to protect jobs will need to be found. I mean, during the 1970s, robots were introduced in segments of the economy, and rules were adopted in Italy to protect workers. So we might need new instruments to protect jobs in a very rapidly evolving environment. So there's a lot to be done.
I agree. So now I go over to Mr. Zagorski. Where do you see ethics having the biggest specific implication in a digital economy?
Well, I believe that the most obvious area is where we process personal data, especially sensitive data. Here, artificial intelligence has a great potential, great possibilities in medicine, for example. But this ethical approach in those areas where we deal with sensitive data, is of paramount importance. And I think that we should focus on those areas, but not only on those. Here we've been repeating many times, and it has already been mentioned in the document, that the basis of everything is trust. And we should strive to the situation where the characteristic trustworthy will be the trademark of European AI solutions. It should be our brand, our trademark, that will be made available to all those who would like to apply our guidelines. Of course, we have to stimulate both in the legislative environment, but also in other areas. We should set standards that will be the result of agreement in different industries.
We are running short on time, so I want to give everybody some time to tell us. Moving on to Ms. Kaiser, what are your thoughts?
On what?
On how to implement. On how to implement ethics. In what specific areas do you see the biggest potential?
Well, I can't choose, because if it's as big as we think it is, it will affect everything. So I strongly believe that we're talking about artificial intelligence where we should actually be discussing data. Like you said, we have to make sure that the data which is being put into the system isn't biased. And sometimes we have discussions whether women are bad drivers in comparison to men because their injuries are worse after a car accident, and that's not the case. It's not because they're bad drivers, it's because the car are developed with an average man in mind instead of an average woman, which is less tall and weighs, averagely speaking, less. So data is very important, and we should be thinking out of the box. When we had two big discussions in Europe, the business, platform to business legislation, and the copyright directive. And those were difficult discussions because of the great interests who are at stake. And of course, we don't agree on everything, but I sometimes think, aren't we looking at those subjects with the current situation in mind, the current ways of earning money, the current technical systems? I don't believe that algorithms can't do much more in making sure which kind of music or which kind of films are being put up, for instance. When we think that artificial intelligence will change society in that big way as we think we do, we should also be thinking out of the box and not relying on how things are working now, but trying to imagine what it can do and then decide on the legislation we need. Because at the end of the day, if we don't, we will be ending up with a society where we only have Amazon and Alibaba left. And that's not the society that I want to live in.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Oczko, finally to you, last but not least, where do you see artificial intelligence having the biggest potential for immediate
Actually, I have 0 minutes to speak.
You have 0 minutes, yes.
So I will be
you can do it.
Super short. And actually, what I was saying before, actually the motto should be trustworthy AI by default. Actually, this should be the main principle. And actually, it's not, as you said, it's not to choose one sector, but it has to be by default. And as we now speak about digital by default, now we have to speak about trustworthy AI by default. So I managed in 1 minute.
Thank you very much to all of you. I guess it's a work in progress, and people should be in the center, and people should be in control. I guess that's what we talked about in general. Thank you very much for a great discussion, which is to be continued. And now we will talk about how the European Union's commitment to building a global consensus on human-centric AI in cooperation with international organizations in third countries like Japan and Canada. Also, we will discuss in this panel with stakeholders how they can engage in the piloting phase. We heard a call for piloting. In this piloting phase of the ethical guidelines and bring this work forward. Let me introduce our next panel to you. I call to the stage Ms. Amy van Winsberger, Assistant Professor of Ethics and Robots at Delft University of Technology. Welcome. You can take your seat at the end, so thank you. Let me also call to the stage Mr. Christoph Pelo, Global Head of Bosch Center for Artificial Intelligence. Welcome to you as well. Please sit down next to Amy. Ms. Francesca Rossi, Research Staff Member, IBM Research. Welcome to you as well. I'd also like to invite Mr. Bertrand Pales, Coordinator of the National Strategy in Artificial Intelligence of France. Welcome to you as well. Mr. Marco Blouin, Director General, Science and Innovation, Ministry of Economy and Innovation of Quebec, Canada. Welcome to you as well. Mr. Famikazu Sato, Deputy Director General at Cabinet Office of Japan. Welcome to you as well. Welcome. And Mr. Torsten Andersen, Deputy Director General of the Danish Business Authority. Welcome to you as well. And I'd like to start with Amy van Winsberger. My first question is to you. Why is the ethical dimension for embedding artificial intelligence so important?
Thank you. Yeah, fantastic question. I think we've heard some examples this morning about the real world impacts that happen with technology, how powerful it is, and this is one reason why we have to pay attention to ethics. But it's also important. We've heard ethics quite a bit this morning. So as a professor, apologies for the academic slant, but just to say something about what ethics is, right? So it is part of it is principles and rules of how to engage. It's much broader than that, though. It's what does it mean to be a good person, right? Or what does it mean to be a good society? And really, what does the good life mean? What is it and how can we achieve it? So it's much broader and looking at principles and values. This is the language that we use to describe these things like the good life, right? But we have to recognize that it's this ongoing process. So right now we're talking about some of the short-term issues, right? We're talking about data hygiene, cleanliness of the algorithm and whatnot. We need ethics to be this ongoing process as we develop artificial intelligence so that we can uncover the new issues that will arise a year from now, 2 years from now. So we heard a wonderful way of thinking about perhaps autonomy is the next big question. And we need ethics to help us uncover these issues as we are creating the technology. So on the one hand, we need ethics right now because the impacts are very real. But on the other hand, we need ethics to help us as we go through this endeavor. How do we shape in a responsible way? And to do that, we need to understand the problems, and that's that's ethics as a resource.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to Mr. Pelo. Why is it important for a company like yours to embed ethics in its strategy?
Yeah, it is very important for us because we feel that technology should save life and should help humans. And so we have this ethos of technology should be invented for life, and technology should serve humankind. And so I think what the group here, the high-level expert group, really achieved in that document, in that recommendations, is trying to make ethics and ethical behavior of machines more digestible. And with their recommendations, how to implement it. We gave a guidance how to implement it, how to make it actionable for small and medium-sized companies as well. Because there is no use in raising the bar without helping and explaining people how to achieve it. For Europe, I think it's essential not only to ask for high standards, but to show a path how to accomplish it. Because at the end of the day, business success is not that bad, right? And so we have to help the companies, and small and medium-sized companies I'm addressing specifically, that we can help them to achieve it and to implement a trustworthy AI. For us as a company, for Bosch, it's very important because we are working in safety-critical domains and try to use AI there as well. However, we want to reach out to the community as well, to share our experience, and so we volunteered for the piloting to make it, to test whether what we have created as well with all the other members of the group is really useful and applicable. It will be an iterative process, of course, but this is something we should do. It's an endeavor, a joint endeavor, where we share experience and learn from each other. So it's very important for all of us.
So you're going to be testing it out. I want to move to Ms. Rossi and ask you, why is it so important to reach out to others and build a global consensus on ethical artificial intelligence?
Yes, so in my company, IBM is very committed again to endorse and pilot these guidelines, but also we are very we really are committed into what we think is a necessary environment to achieve trust in the technology, in those that produce the technology, and between cultures. So that's why we are involved in many partnerships external to our company as well that have to do with defining a vision of the future and then trying to understand how the technology can bring us there, listening to all the voices. Many disciplines, this is the high-level expert group was a very good example of a multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder group of people, and that's why I think the result is going to be very useful and very applicable and useful from many different points of view, and this is the kind of environment that should be there. In this case, it was European-based, but I think it's even more important when you go across cultures. So that's why we are involved, for example, in the Partnership on AI, that is a cross-cultural, cross-stakeholder, cross-discipline organization where companies and civil society and many other entities are trying together to understand the main issues around AI ethics and how to address them, but also for example, another very multi-stakeholder initiative that we are involved is what IEEE, the Worldwide Association of Engineers, put together to really understand and help developers, because as you say before, AI ethics is not something, AI ethics solutions are not things that you can put in a product at the end when is ready to be deployed, but you really need to help developers since the very first thought about a product and the project. So that's why that initiative, which is very global, worldwide, and very multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder, tries to help developers understand how to think about these issues. And our assessment list is also a very important step forward in that direction, because developers can really use it to raise questions in their head and report on how to address these questions in the development phase of any AI system. So it's also, I would like to stress especially this cultural aspect of these various initiatives that are happening in the world, because I think that the values, the principles that we saw in our final report from the high-level expert group are, I think, that more or less shared by all of these initiatives all over the world, but they can be spelled out a bit differently with different weights and priorities, and we need to understand our differences in the different cultures to be able to compare and learn together from each other and really get to a shared understanding, since the technology is so global.
Thank you. And Mr. Pius, I wanted to ask you, what role is France playing on the international stage? What kind of alliances is it building as it builds ethical digital economy?
Thank you. So, as you know, France is a member state of the European Union. So we are participating and supporting a lot of the work that has been presented today. We also have this year the G7 presidency, and we will continue on the work that has been launched by Japan a few years ago on how G7 can work on AI. It has been continued by Italy and then by Canada, and we feel, as I think these ethics guidelines show, that we feel that we need to have a model for development of AI that is grounded in fundamental rights and that is perhaps specific to a wide range of countries that share the idea that technological development and AI should be based on ethical guidelines and also some sort of legal framework. And this is a widely shared model. I think we all have been inspired by Canada and Quebec, and I will let Marco explain that. But it also has been promoted by Japan, and I know it will be again in the G20 presidency of Japan. And it's also expected by many countries outside Europe and developed countries, but also by India, countries in South America and South Africa. And I think we need to build this kind of consensus globally on the type of guidelines that are set out in this document. And I will build on what Amy said, that there are from our point of view, there are two main issues to address. One is to be very practical right now and to be able to have some frameworks for companies and member states, to have guidelines, to have references that are continuously ongoing references, but that are needed for companies to deploy AI in a right way right now. But we also think that we need to have a comprehensive, long-running process to understand AI in the long run and to understand how it can help, how this technology evolves, and how it is what are its implications, and how it can help for the greater good. And I see my Japanese colleague with the pin on the Sustainable Development Goal, and I think this is also the idea of why we should build this trustworthy AI. And this is also one of the projects that we will foster in the G7 through the international panel on AI that we're building with our G7 partners and other countries.
Thank you. And Mr. Blois, how do you see the global consensus being reached on an ethical artificial intelligence?
So first of all, I would like to say that the government of Quebec is highly involved, strongly support the AI development. Among our initiative, we support fundamental research with IVADO, our Applied Data Institute, and MILA, the Quebec Institute of Artificial Intelligence, which is led by Joshua Bengio, that won the AM Turing Prize last week. So we are proud of that. We also support the Montreal Declaration for Responsible Development of Artificial intelligence. So it's a year of work on. It's more than a year of work of research and consultation of citizen, expert, public affairs official, industrial organization. And we are proud that this Montreal Declaration was launched. We also, the Quebec government also support the economic development associated with AI. We support the supercluster Scale AI, which is artificial intelligence supply chain. And is dedicated to bringing the latest scientific and technological advance to Canadian industry. We also support the International Observatory on the Societal Impact of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Technology, which is also supported by our Fonds de Recherche du Québec. So we have in mind that there's always a human behind the use of artificial intelligence. Yeah. Which is very important. Also, we are proud that Element AI, one of our star in artificial intelligence, was involved in the high-level group. And also, I can... tomorrow.
A lot of contributions. I'd like to go over to Mr. Sato and ask him, we'll talk more, to give Mr. Sato a chance to tell us what is the synergies as you're listening to all this, what are the synergies you see between the European Union and Japan?
Thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of the Japanese government, I'd like to say my sincere appreciation to having a very good opportunity to discuss about AI principles with you and the Canadian colleagues. And also I have to say congratulations for the publication of EU AI ethics guidelines. I think today is really Memorial Day for European Union, because European friends now clearly expressed the basic and very comprehensive principles for our future AI society. So I would like to say only 3 points very briefly, okay? Mm-hmm. So first is regarding AI principle in Japan. We started our international discuss in 2016. Then after about 3 years discussion, a couple of months ago, our expert group proposed the draft of the Japanese AI principle. And after the process of public comment, our cabinet office finalized the draft, and then the meeting of relevant ministers approved it at the end of March. And in this document, we are saying 3 fundamental philosophies. 1, dignity. 2, diversity and inclusion. 3, sustainability. So then we underline 7 basic ideas in order to realize AI-ready society, which are 1, human centricity. 2, education. 3, privacy. 4, security. 5, fair competition. 6, not fat like this. Fairness, accountability, and transparency. And the last one is the innovation. So I think all of you have already found that Japanese AI principle are really similar to European guidelines. And the reason is not that Japan copied EU, no. Yes, we had a lot of discussion between EU and Japan. However, those 2 expert groups discussed separately. And then we reached almost the same conclusions. That is very important, I think, because it explains that the fundamental idea of these 2 documents are really universal for the human society, I think. Then the second point which you asked me. So for second point is I really congratulate and appreciate European AI ethics guideline, because frankly, I am really happy now to understand that the EU and Japan are sharing the same sense of value and the common objectives. And also Japan can study several points from EU guidelines. For instance, your guidelines are clearly mentioning about the important points in terms of the implementation of the AI to our society. And the last point, I have to propose next step, which you asked me, okay? AI will not be implemented not only in Japan and Europe. This is really key technology in the world. So what is important now is that we have to establish common understanding in international community. And fortunately, EU and Japan are apparently sharing almost the same viewpoints. I think some of our friends, such as Canada, are also sharing the same values, I think. In addition, we know that some of the international organizations, such as you mentioned G7, and also OECD and UNESCO, are actually keen on this issue. So I think that EU and Japan can and have to have leadership for the discussion of AI guidelines and or principles in the international framework. And fortunately, this is a symbol of G20, okay? This year, Japan is the presidency of the G20. So we are very happy to discuss this subject in the G20 framework. And however, I have to underline again, the cooperation between EU and Japan will certainly become a big driving force for the discussion of sharing the common understanding in the world. So therefore, if possible, I would like to ask our friends to cooperate very closely to have a good conclusion in the G20 summit on June in Japan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now to Mr. Anderson, I wanted to ask you, how is Denmark incorporating its national goals on artificial intelligence and ethics, and how is it connecting them to the European Union?
Yes, thank you very much, and I would say thank you for allowing me to speak. We, like several other countries, have published an AI strategy within the last month. So, and it's with a clear ethical focus, and we also have a number of principles. So I think we have 6, but the number of ethical principles that you choose seems to be random. The main thrust is the same. So basically, we need to address this, the opportunities, and to increase the competitiveness of our companies through being responsible and achieving the ethical AI opportunities. And I think one key point there is basically how you put this into practice. So it's very good that we can talk about how this will strengthen our competitors and our companies, but we also need to look at the consumer demand there. So somebody needs to actually demand the ethical solutions. Yeah. And I think we've put into practice some very specific proposals. I mean, we're working on a seal so that basically consumer can spot the ethical product.
Yeah.
We're also working on disclosure of the larger corporations' accounts, where you basically in your annual report have to say about how you work with data and how you work in your ethical sense. And these things are basically intended to sort of spur the market for this ethical uptake. So that's some of the things that we're working on right now, and we'll be very happy to also test these European principles and work with them. I think when we get down to testing them, we'll find it's not one size fits all. I mean,
of course, that's why we need to test them. Yeah.
Exactly. It's difficult for example, different for the public and private sector. How binding. It's also, I mean, when we want to make a data ethical seal, it's different from, let's say, an advertising agency compared to a nuclear power plant. I mean, it's not the same thing you need to be really concerned about when you have your data ethical solution. So getting down to the practicalities of making the companies choosing this ethical path is where we're heading.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to Ms. Binsberg. As we start this next round of questions, I'm talking about what Mr. Anderson said, the practicality of testing this out. And you are an expert on robots, on ethical robots. In the testing phase, what would you recommend? What do you want tested first?
Of artificial intelligence systems, not necessarily robots.
They use artificial intelligence as far as I, the common person, know, and algorithms.
Okay, so actually that's a good point to start with, this distinction between robots and artificial intelligence, that robots are these embodied systems in our environment that we can touch, that we can interact with, and they can have a different degree of autonomy. So they can be entirely human operated, where it requires a human to manipulate the robot, or they can have artificial intelligence that drive them, that power them, and they don't require a human input. So AI is the software that can drive the robot. But if we're talking about just what is the first step in terms of responsible AI, because the robot, because you have this system, then we have different questions like sustainability of how the materials are achieved. Are we using recyclable plastics and whatnot? But if we just focus on artificial intelligence and how do we do this responsibly, there are a couple of things to keep in mind too. So this concept of ethical AI or responsible AI, we have to make sure that we're not thinking about the AI, the software, as being ethical in and of itself, right? So it's the humans that are ethical in how they make it, the choices that they use to actually use one particular data set over another. So we're not creating these agents that could be responsible for the consequences of their actions. This is oftentimes what we're referring to with the human in command. So the first step is really ensuring that humans are accountable for the decisions that they're making. When we get then into the more specific details, what do we want to get at? Right now, one of the hot topics is the cleanliness of the data, where it's sourced from, how it's acquired, before we even get to the training data issues. So we need to, in the same way that we're talking about a seal, the first step of such a seal needs to be looking at data acquisition, sourcing, and then also getting into the training. Then we also need companies to look at the larger societal questions. Sorry to interrupt you there. I went really fast over the first
I'm sorry to
round.
interrupt because we only have 6 minutes left, so I want to give everybody, you can see the clock.
Yeah, my one last thing though is, even though I'm, stressing this need for ethics, I do want to say that I understand that ethics is necessary in order for us to get to this ideal of trustworthy AI, but that it's not sufficient. It doesn't just begin and end with ethics. We will need regulation, but the goal of ethics is to help us understand the scope and the depth to which we need it.
Thank you. Mr. Pelo, what is your top tip to someone who wants to test it out? For example, Mr. Anderson, what would you tell him as Denmark decides to test it out? Top advice.
So my top tip would be know what you want to do, what you want to achieve, what are your goals, and what are your ethical principles. If you want to check it against some ethical principles, you have to know what to check against, of course, and then try to implement it accordingly in the systems. So be aware of all things which are risky. For instance, like Amy said already, data-driven businesses and data-driven technologies, they rely a lot of data. So is the data really sound? There's the danger of data set poisoning, so data could be tampered with, and this will affect the overall system, and so on. And then the decision component, when decisions are taken, is it according to the ethical guidelines? Does it cross any red lines also? This is something you have to test. And then, of course, the actuators, when the result of the AI system has impact on life, on society. This must be tested very, very carefully, because as we feel inside Bosch, technology should be invented for life.
Ms. Rossi, same question to you. What would you advise those who want to test it out?
Yeah, well, at IBM, for example, we intend to test it out both within our company and in what we provide to our clients. So we want to also help our clients to test it out, so in this recursive fashion, because we really think that a big corporation that provides technology for its own operations, but also for many other companies, has also the responsibility to bring this ethical framework into this whole ecosystem that we are supporting. So, and by doing that, I think it's very important that we will see the differences, as you say, in the different sectors. So in some areas, for example, maybe explainability will be the most important things, where there are very high-stake decisions that require accountability and redress and so on. In other areas that are much more data intensive, then the data issues will be more important.
The privacy.
So we will see the different sectors, and that's going to be very important because maybe it will help us as the high-level expert group to define different versions of this assessment list that we put together for the different sectors, so different variants, let's say. And that's going to be very helpful for all these sectors as well. So the last thing that I want to say is that I think in terms of the previous question about the globality of the approach, I think that these guidelines that we published today are, I hope they're going to be a very good example of how to go from principles to practice and assessment and test.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to give everyone great advice. Mr. Pelo, what would your advice be to someone who's trying to test them out? Let's say take a broader perspective internationally.
I think the idea behind these guidelines is to understand that
Ma direi che queste linee guida possono diventare il quadro che va a dare un'impronta all'economia, quella che sarà l'economia digitale dei prossimi decenni. Insomma, su queste iniziative europee dobbiamo costruire, condividerle poi con altri paesi, in modo che poi altri aderiscano a quest'idea di sviluppo tecnologico, di intelligenza artificiale, in modo che il tutto poi diventi la norma di riferimento nell'ambito dello sviluppo tecnologico. Grazie. Sentiamo che cosa ne pensa il signor Plob. Quali sono le sue priorità? Beh, se vogliamo parlare di priorità, la priorità è l'attuazione, perché le linee guida etiche sono belle da avere, ma se non si applicano poi, e poi devono essere anche accettate. Sì, è vero, accettate. È bello avere la tecnologia, però se poi le persone non la utilizzano, beh, allora torniamo agli utenti, allora, sì. Signor Sato, lei ha provato queste cose in Giappone? Cioè, le avete provate? Può farci un riassunto, un aneddoto che... Sì, guardi, due cose. È importante l'etica, ma serve anche un obiettivo comune. Il Giappone punta alla società 5.0, questo è l'obiettivo comune che abbiamo ed è un obiettivo che possiamo condividere anche con i nostri colleghi europei. Questi obiettivi comuni e condivisi secondo me sono molto importanti. Grazie.
Yes, I mean, it is about getting from theory to practice, to do this in practice. And I think, for example, we work with registration of companies. We use machine learning to spot fraudulent companies. There, we of course need the traceability. And in practice, when you use machine learning and actually doing the traceability of algorithms is really difficult. So it is about getting from the nice theory to the practice.
Thank you very much to all of you. I wish you lots of success. I'm looking forward to reading more and understanding and learning. I've been learning a lot for this session. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos and reading a lot, and I still didn't get quite the robot. But I promise I'm going to keep reading. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Please take your seats. You can go this way. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we proceed with the next item on our agenda today, which is the launch of a technical cooperation between the European Commission's Directorate for Communications, Networks, Content and Technology, DG Connect, and the European Space Agency, and it's in the area of quantum communications infrastructure. I also had to read up on this. We live in a connected world which relies, as we heard from all the panelists, it relies on safe technology. There's a lot of data out there and a lot of hackers who are willing and looking for vulnerabilities to break into systems. And the encryption methods to protect sensitive data are constantly being challenged by evolving threats. Hackers are exploiting vulnerabilities to steal sensitive information, placing personal data, national elections, critical infrastructure, and even international security at risk. This creates a very urgent need to develop and build a next generation of ever more secure communications infrastructure. Before I invite the representative of DG Connect and the European Space Agency to come to the stage for a few words and sign this agreement to launch this initiative, I'd like us to watch a video which explains a little bit what this is all about. It's out of this world.
Today, everything is connected. Connectivity underpins the world around us. Traffic, energy, health and trade are all pillars of modern society and depend upon good communications. To protect our privacy and critical infrastructure, communication must be secure. Especially for governments, protecting internal information is critical and equally important for maintaining trusted relationships with our close neighbours and worldwide partners. Secure communication requires cryptographic keys shared by two partners. Anybody else in possession of the key can decrypt the message and gain access to the secret content. Generating and sharing these cryptographic keys is the foundation of secure communication. Depending on the circumstances, secret keys can be shared by trusted couriers or mathematical algorithms running on computers. Quantum key distribution is a new tool that can help improve security by using the randomness and fragility of light particles called photons. Anybody intercepting the quantum link will disturb the particles, producing a broken key that the users can detect and discard. The challenge of quantum key distribution is how to deliver all the keys to the many users distributed over Europe and the world. Photon signals degrade over terrestrial fiber networks, requiring new sets of keys every 150 kilometers, which drives up system costs and can create additional vulnerabilities. A space-based service can reliably and cost-effectively connect a multitude of diverse users over large distances, complementing a terrestrial approach to cover smaller distances. In space, quantum photon pairs are generated by a satellite. Two laser terminals direct the photon pairs to optical ground antennas deployed at the secured user sites where the photons are used to generate keys. The laws of quantum physics dictate that the keys are never present on board the satellite. Positioning the satellite in a geostationary orbit allows full coverage of Europe and the surrounding parts of the globe. It also means that when there's cloud coverage, the key delivery can be rescheduled to cope. The European Space Agency plans to develop a precursor to such a quantum key distribution network, the SAGA Security and Cryptographic Mission, which will develop and demonstrate the optical laser terminals that can send and receive quantum photon pairs. The SAGA method allows security certification to stay with each ground user, who only needs to trust their own ground station and network, paying no mind to the satellite or partner elements. The European Commission is currently exploring the use of terrestrial fiber communication networks for generating and exchanging keys using quantum technologies compatible with SAGA. This terrestrial quantum infrastructure will help enable the EU to securely exchange sensitive information across the member states. ESA and the European Commission have entered into an agreement to explore the design of an integrated quantum communication infrastructure, including both the terrestrial and satellite components. SAGA will enhance quantum key distribution to meet even the most demanding users' needs, providing a new and more flexible way of protecting communications, both within Europe and beyond.
And now I'd like to invite to the stage the Director General of DG Connect, Roberto Viola, who will tell us more about why DG Connect is partnering with the European Space Agency. Welcome, Mr. Viola.
Thank you. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very much for staying here in spite of a long session before and choosing to stay here instead of having a cup of coffee. It's really appreciated. It would be a bit complicated now to go in all details of this fascinating new avenue that we opened today, what we call the quantum internet. So the internet which delivers secure information everywhere in the world and secures our key assets in Europe, which is industrial data, government data, and everything that really makes the data economy center to our lives and the life of our economy. Now, this is an avenue where Europe, in considering, the expertise has in quantum physics, the number of Nobel Prizes we have in quantum, and the expertise we have in technical, realization of terrestrial and satellite system, Europe can really be one of the leading economic areas to introduce these technologies. That's why we want to start the journey with another excellence in Europe, which is the European Space Agency, and together explore what can be done very quickly to actually test and roll out this technology. And when I say when can we do, means, of course, together with the member states, together with the key companies involved. So today it's just the beginning of the journey, so it's not the usual digital day type of declaration that involves every member state, because we need, first of all, to understand a bit better what to propose. The next step will be in June in Bucharest at the Digital Assembly, where we do hope that once we have a bit more clarified what technically can be done, we can partner with all the member states that are interested to work in this field all together. So that's what it is the start of a very fascinating journey that will put quantum in our pockets. Thank you very much.
If you could please sit down. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Magali Vassier, the Director of Telecommunications and Integrated Applications at the European Space Agency. Welcome.
So good morning, everyone, dear distinguished guests, dear ministers. Thank you, Roberto. ESA is delighted to be part of this digital day and be invited to speak in front of such a prominent audience. Quantum technology is becoming a matter of key importance on all levels, from political decision makers and industrial leaders to the general public. The Commission's ambitious plans for European quantum communication infrastructure is an impressive projection into the future. It is the kind of initiative which Europe needs in order to stay at the forefront of technology and stimulate the development of innovative services in a globalized world. Quantum communication infrastructure is also a perfect example where space can support a European ambition. The intrinsic benefits of communication satellites can provide a valuable benefit to quantum communication terrestrial network solutions for quantum key distribution. And with the support of our member states and in partnership with a few private companies, we have been working over the last years and months on optical communication technology at large, and in the perspective of different commercial systems and concepts, including quantum key distribution. Now, based on our first acquired experience, we believe that, additionally, geostationary satellite solutions can support European and global quantum key distribution services, which today are not achievable by terrestrial solutions alone. Moreover, we are convinced that the key factor of success of a European quantum communication infrastructure is the seamless integration of the space segment into the terrestrial one. So we are ready to work with our colleagues from the European Commission to study and size what could be this potential space-based element of the European quantum communication infrastructure. More generally, safety and security concerns are increasingly dominating the headlines worldwide. ESA is responding to these concerns in preparing a new pillar of activities dedicated to safety and security, to be submitted to the ESA Ministerial Council in November 19. More precisely, the ESA ARTES program proposes the Security and Cryptographic Mission, so-called SAGA, to develop and validate a geostationary quantum key distribution precursor mission. SAGA could be the space segment of the European quantum communication infrastructure. SAGA shall enable reliable end-to-end encryption as an essential element of such protection to ensure that sensitive information is kept undisclosed. The SAGA quantum key distribution solution offers a unique way to detect attacks during the actual key handling process. This was illustrated in the introductory video. But SAGA is also a technological challenge. And ESA will make available its expertise in satellite communications, optical communications, and quantum technology in space, and work in close cooperation with academia, space industry, security experts, and institutions. The cooperation initiated today between the Commission and ESA is a key element in this, and will be the first step to tackle this challenge jointly between our institutions. So it's a shared ambition of ESA and of the European Commission to make SAGA part of the European quantum communication infrastructure development, and we plan to demonstrate and validate the benefits that quantum key distribution from space can add to the security needs addressed by the quantum communication infrastructure. So I'm very pleased to sign our working arrangement to bring together the complementary expertise of our institutions and to create synergies to the benefit of European citizens. On a more personal note, I would like to thank Roberto Viola for the decisive momentum he's giving, among others, to this quantum communication infrastructure initiative, of which SAGA can be an important contributor. Thank you very much.
Lucia, please take a seat. Please take a seat. For the signing, you need to remain on the stage. And now I invite Matthias Petschke. He is the Director for EU Satellite Navigation Programs from DigiGrow for your brief remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. DigiGrow and its role in this joint endeavor. Just a short word about this, but starting maybe with a word of gratefulness for the excellent cooperation between the teams, to Thomas Skordas, the director, my fellow director on the DG Connect side, who is with his team and my colleagues pushing ahead with this initiative. And we really enjoy an excellent cooperation. Thank you very much for this, Thomas and colleagues. DigiGrow, as many of you know, is the Commission service responsible for space policy. We are managing the EU space programs, especially Galileo and Copernicus, and also upcoming initiatives in the field of GovSatcom, which are to be mentioned. And obviously, we have a specific expertise in this area with regard to the security component of Galileo. And we see that, obviously, with our assets, we can be both a user and an enabler. We can bring the whole expertise on the DigiGrow side with regard to security policies, and we definitely want to contribute to this exercise through our expertise. And I'm glad to be part of this setup. Now, I mentioned the space dimension, but obviously there is also the industrial policy dimension. Already mentioned by Director General Viola, we see that other players are moving ahead, and very clearly, again, we want to do our part on the EU side and be present in this very promising area. And last but not least, defense. You are all aware that we have a new initiative also being handled by DG GROW with it, which is the defense initiative. And again, there is huge potential with the initiative which is being promoted today with regard to defense. So we obviously hope the best that the project which is going to be signed, the cooperation which is going to be signed, is going to be fruitful. We see a huge potential for quantum key distribution for our infrastructures, for the protection of our infrastructures, be it with Saga, be it in a different configuration to be seen. We hope the best for the cooperation, and we are ready to contribute. Thank you very much.
Please stay. You will bear witness to the signing. So please, Ms. Vessier and Mr. Viola, can I ask you to stand here in front of the flag for the after the signing? Sorry, we first have to sign, then. Of course.
You can take a photo with the go there.
In front of the flag. In front of the flag.
In front of the flag.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I left my paper there.
I've been leaving things everywhere myself. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And now I invite you for a short coffee break. At the same time, there will be a press conference I wanted to tell you with Commissioners Gabriel and Hogan. And promptly at 12, we will continue with our next session, which is going to be on women, getting them interested in pursuing careers in the digital sector. So I'll see you promptly at 12. Welcome back to all of you. Can I ask you to take your seats for our next session? Thank you. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're ready to start the next session. Please take your seats. We're ready to start the next session. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Welcome back to all of you. It is a well-known fact that there are not enough women in the European digital sector. They represent half the population of the European Union, but only 17% of the digital force is female in the European Union. The gender gap is a problem because it reflects on the kind of products being developed and on the future of the digital economy in Europe. It also means that women are missing out on well-paid career opportunities. And there's also a need for them in the digital sector. There are currently 6,000 vacancies in the European Union, with 40% of the companies struggling to find skilled labor. Our society and economies are missing out on the great potential of women's contribution to the digital sector. So what's keeping women from these jobs? Well, some of the reasons are gender bias, cultural views, and the lack of role models, which have a negative impact on girls' interest in such professions. I now invite Commissioner Maria Gabriel to tell us about what the EU is doing to attract more women to this sector. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ralisa, dear ministers, dear members of the European Parliament, again, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move to one very important topic which is very close to my heart. And let me start by saying one thing. European women must fully contribute with their talents and potential to shape the digital Europe we want to all live in. Equality between men and women is not an option. Yes, we know all the ethical and social reasons why it is necessary to close the gap between women and men. Repeating them today and in this assembly would be redundant. However, I'm convinced that today, due to the global process of the digital transformation of our economies and societies, it is more than ever urgent to eliminate inequality between men and women. For Europe, this must become a priority at the top of the political digital agenda. Why, will you ask me? The answer is quite simple. Because tomorrow is digital. And I use the word tomorrow because digitization is happening now, and tomorrow will need all the talent from our European citizens, men and women, to put Europe at the forefront of digital innovation. I even think that equality between men and women will be one of the determining factors of the winners and losers of digitization. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of the digital transformation with a decisive digital future in view, and the absence of women in this area is striking. Seizing the benefit of new high technology markets, such as the analysis of massive data, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things,
would place the most digitized countries amongst the most dynamic in the world. And to achieve this, the demand for skilled ICT professionals is increasing. We all know the number, 90% of jobs require basic digital skills. Thus, inevitably, raises the question of the future of work. What will be the characteristics of the workers of tomorrow? Do European citizens have the skills to deal with the transformation? And will European women be excluded? We are far from the count according to the latest figures from the Women in Digital scoreboard that we published. But I do not like fatalism, and I believe in the driving force of change that stems from determination and will. That is exactly what we need today. Determination and will at all levels. The path to follow is clear enough. More women in digital jobs could generate an annual GDP increase of 16 billion euros in the European Union. They would improve the startup environment, as startups owned by women are more likely to succeed. And companies would gain because the diversity within a company leads to better products and services. For these reasons, it is essential that Europe and the member states take their responsibilities with both hands and boost women's potential and talent as engine of growth, jobs and progress. It is now that we must take concrete actions with concrete and ambitious goals. We are all responsible for it. Only consistent efforts at all levels and by all actors can produce change, and change is what we need now. This is why the declaration we are signing today calls for the elaboration of national strategies or plans for the inclusion of more girls and women in the digital sector. We need collective action and greater investment by governments, companies, educators and civil societies in equal and affordable access to ICTs, in digital skills and education, in directing girls to STEM fields at an early age, in modernizing learning methodologies, and increasing public access to ICT facilities and training. Reaching out to women requires a range of tools and people to make a difference. Politicians and professors, businesses and NGOs, mentors and role models, teachers and parents. This declaration is a step that brings all the actors together, coordinating their actions for maximum impact. Europe cannot afford to lose on women's potential, and women cannot afford to be left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, solutions do not fall from the sky, and there is no point in inventing hot water. We need to ask the right questions that will guide the future of our actions as Europe. For me, it boils down to one question: what digital Europe do we want? My answer is also very straightforward. We must do everything we can to build a digital, competitive, innovative, dynamic, at all costs, inclusive digital Europe. Inclusive digital Europe, respectful of our fundamental values. That's the path before us, and I have to admit that I'm reassured and confident that we all together will achieve this paramount objective. The overwhelming support received by all of you to this declaration is a strong message that we send out to all women in Europe, that we stand with them, that together we'll make the difference.
that will do everything in our power to build a digital European future in which all women and girls find their place and thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could I ask you to stand next to the flag to bear witness to the signing of Women in Digital? Please. And now I will call the countries one by one to come and sign the Declaration of Women in Digital. Kingdom of Belgium. Welcome. Welcome. Czech Republic. And now I invite the Federal Republic of Germany to come and sign. Federal Republic of Germany? You didn't change your mind, did you? I can help you with the purse if you want. Yeah, thank you. And now I invite the Republic of Estonia to come and sign. Next is Ireland. Welcome. Hellenic Republic is next. Get ready. Kingdom of Spain is next. French Republic, welcome to the signing. Italian Republic, get ready. You're welcome. Republic of Cyprus is next. Republic of Latvia, welcome. Republic of Lithuania, welcome to the signing. Republic of Malta is next. Kingdom of the Netherlands, please welcome to the stage. Republic of Poland, you're next. Portuguese Republic, welcome. Next is Romania. Republic of Slovenia, welcome. Slovak Republic, you're next. Republic of Finland, welcome to the stage. Kingdom of Sweden, welcome to you as well. And last but not least, Kingdom of Norway. Well done.
That's it. Very good. It's well done. Later we'll do the same. It's very good.
Thank you very much.
Protected.
Yes, thank you very
Well, this wonderful celebration of a commitment to women in digital concludes the first half of Digital Day 3. We will take a break for lunch now. When we come back, we're going to explore how rural Europe will harness the power of smart technology to take farming to the next level. And while you're at lunch, I have a question for you to think about. Which country is Europe's biggest exporter of food? That's my question for you. I'll see you promptly at 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Yes. Seats. We're just about to start. Thank you. Welcome back. Please take your seats. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We're just about to start.
We have it.
Welcome back. Can you please take your seats? Welcome back. Please take your seats. We're just about to start. So welcome back to our panel sessions for the second half of this Digital Day 3. So before you went to lunch, I had a question for you. Which country is Europe's biggest exporter of food? Anybody? The Netherlands. And not only that, the Netherlands is also the second biggest exporter of food, second only to the United States, even though the United States is 237 times bigger than the Netherlands. So how on earth does this tiny northern European nation pull this off? The answer? Smart farming. That is what brings us here today for this session, to plant more seeds of technology in Europe's farms and rural areas for higher yields, cleaner foods, and a better way of life in the countryside. EU ministers will sign a declaration to show their commitment to the digital future of Europe's agriculture and rural communities. And then we will launch a discussion on how rural Europe will harness the power of smart technology to take the sector to the next level. I invite now to the podium Commissioner Gabriel again. Please come and deliver your welcoming remarks.
Dear Commissioner, dear Ministers, dear participants, welcome back, and thank you very much for your participation in this session on the digital future of European agriculture and rural areas. This session is very dear to me and very important for our reflection process about our future. Rural areas represent over 80% of European Union territory, which means that a successful digital transformation in the European Union depends on the full participation of our rural communities. I've been very closely to these communities over the years, and I know that farmers, regardless of their specific sectors, are brave, daring pioneers. They always manage to be innovative, to adapt, to improve their approaches, and to develop. This is also the case for digitalization. One example, last year, before the GDPR entered into force, European farmers were among the first to draft their own code of conduct on agricultural data sharing. This has set an example for other sectors as well. A second example, the European Bee Partnership, in collaboration with the European Food Safety Authority, provides a platform for sharing data on bee health that will boost efforts to protect our bees, bringing a major contribution to our efforts to save the ecosystems. So, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is one of the sectors with the highest potential for digitalization. High value-added sectors, such as beekeeping and organic farming, but not only, are particularly well placed to benefit from artificial intelligence. This can help us produce more with less, more precisely, diminishing the environmental footprint while preserving the very high food quality in Europe as well known. This potential to innovate has to be made available to all. This is the very purpose of the digital innovation hubs, which are spreading amongst the regions. Technologies like artificial intelligence and high-performance computing to all farmers. But note that digital technologies can help beyond farming. They can boost efficiency along the entire value chain. Distribution platforms can bring producers much closer to consumers by creating virtual markets with significantly increased transparency and traceability. This builds trust, benefiting both sides. Consumers get more confidence and freedom when deciding what to buy. Producers can strengthen their consumer base and improve their revenues. The digital transformation in agriculture and rural areas, however, cannot happen without stepping up investments in fast connectivity infrastructure. Ensuring that agriculture and rural areas are fully connected to the digital society and economy is a major priority for us. So I welcome the signing today of the Declaration on a smart and sustainable digital future for European agriculture and rural areas, which highlights our common shared commitment to enabling European agriculture and rural areas to be a full part of our digital future. I trust that we'll join forces to ensure that our rural territory can live up to its potential. So I'm honored now to give the floor to my colleague and very good friend Phil Hogan, Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, and I want to thank Commissioner Gabriel for the opportunity to take part in this session and for having put this topic on the agenda of Digital Day. As you can see, she is the Queen Bee of Bulgaria as well. So ministers from all over the European Union, including my country that I know best, Minister Kenny from Ireland, elected representatives and dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all too often agriculture and rural areas are forgotten when you talk about digitisation, but this is changing today. And when you have many very important subjects like artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, 5G, all of these very technical terms for many people, more and more now, whether you're young or young at heart, that you now have to embrace this technology in order to be competitive for the future and also to be able to have perhaps, for the younger people in particular, a better quality of life for the future in terms of embracing these new technologies. So I'm delighted to join forces with Maria once more to work on a common goal of putting digitisation and digital technologies to the service of our farmers and our rural communities. Our digital technologies are already having a transformative impact. For those of you who are not familiar, precision agriculture solutions help our farmers to improve their yields, to manage their land in a more sustainable way, and to monitor animal health. Online systems reduce, of course, the administrative bureaucracy for our farm managers. And internet technologies provide our rural people with such new services as eHealth and e-learning possibilities. So these are just some of the examples and the exciting developments that are already available. So the challenge now is how we can work together to accelerate their rollout and to remove any obstacles that are there in regulatory terms or in administrative terms to ensure that we have a more widespread uptake amongst our farmers and our rural communities of these essential forward-looking technologies. So I'm pleased with the high level of participation here today, and I thank you all for coming. I'm also encouraged by the fact that so many ministers and member states are represented to sign the declaration that we've been working on, a smart and sustainable digital future for the European agriculture and rural areas. And this highlights the importance that you give and you attach to these issues, which of course is at the core of the declaration that you're about to sign. So I'd like to refer to the process for preparing the declaration, which is as important as the final text. It's the result of a collective effort between all member states and the European Commission. We have joined forces to ensure that digitalisation and digital technologies can serve as useful tools to help EU agriculture in our rural areas to address the economic, the social and the environmental challenges they face. And as Commissioner Gabriel has just mentioned, digital technologies are not new to European farmers in rural areas. They are already happening, and these technologies are helping to optimise farm efficiency and reduce environmental impact, in addition to protecting the bees. And increased broadband activity, of course, is very important, and this is essential to improve the quality of life of the people who wish to have the opportunity to live in rural areas and give more vitality and vibrancy to our rural communities. So the use of digital technologies in agriculture and rural areas is, of course, unfortunately at the moment, too low. And we have to look at ways in which we can improve the take-up, and that all farmers, or small and medium-sized farmers, are able to embrace and be part of the agri-tech revolution, not just the very large farmers. So the lack of information perhaps about technologies needs to be improved, a lack of adequate digital skills, so we need to improve the training, the absence of basic infrastructure such as broadband in many rural areas. These are just some of the issues that we have to make a more determined effort in order to get success. And the digital divide between our urban and rural areas, of course, still exists. And more than 50% of our rural homes do not have access to the next generation networks that offer the necessary speeds for development of businesses, for the provision of health and education, or entertainment services, but also for the farming of the future. So there's a clear need to avoid the possible unwanted effects that digital technologies can bring to these sectors. I'm thinking in particular the deterioration of market power for our farmers in the food chain, the emergence of monopolies in terms of service provision, or an increased digital divide both between rural and urban areas or between big and small farmers. So if there's one thing I always emphasise when I'm discussing this subject, it is the crucial importance to ensure that the benefits of technology are available to everybody. And this is what we have to try and do, even if we have to produce some financial support to achieve these objectives, because we have to intervene where there is a market need, and we have to be open to this in the future. It's not just a matter of democracy or fairness, it is also a matter of competitiveness and effectiveness and efficiency. And if we want to achieve significant savings and gains in the farming sector in the future, we have to use digital technologies. And we must ensure, of course, that everybody then has access to these technologies. So I'm happy to share these few views and to share the process that we've gone through in reaching this good, excellent day of the joint declaration between Commissioner Gabriel and myself, and endorsed by the European member states. And there is no easy recipe, of course, for action. And definitely no one strategy will fit everything or achieve everything. But different sectors and different parts of Europe need different approaches. And this is the type of thinking we have in the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy. that we don't have a one-size-fits-all where Finnish farmers are expected to have the same solutions for environmental sustainability as the Greek farmers, for example. This is not the way it works. So we have to have a common policy, but at the end of the day, we also have to have some flexibility to make sure that the local conditions are reflected in the way in which we implement these policies and achieve our common objectives, of which we will have 9 objectives, 3 economic, 3 environmental and 3 social at European level. Well, I'm convinced that this declaration, which does outline concrete steps to take action in this area, will be a powerful tool to bring the European Union agenda for the digitalisation of agriculture and rural areas forward. And for that I am very grateful for everybody who have been involved, and I hope that this conference will give it the type of exposure that it needs in order to roll out the type of actions that we need in every member state. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Gabriel, can you also walk on stage to witness the signing as I call the countries by alphabetical order, one by one, to come and sign the declaration. First, Kingdom of Belgium. Please welcome for the signing. Next is the Czech Republic. Welcome. Federal Republic of Germany. Next, I call on the Republic of Estonia. And now it's Ireland's turn. I now invite the Hellenic Republic. Kingdom of Spain is next. Italian Republic, you're next. I now call on Republic of Cyprus to come and sign. Republic of Latvia is next. Welcome. And now it's the turn for Republic of Lithuania. Welcome. Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, you're next. Now I invite Hungary. Republic of Poland, welcome. Portuguese Republic, you're next. Romania, you're next. And now it's the turn for Republic of Slovenia. Slovak Republic, welcome. Slovak Republic. They're not here. Slovak Republic will sign later. All right, we move on to the Republic of Finland. Are you here? Kingdom of Sweden, welcome. And last but not least, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Very good. Done.
Thank you. I'll see you one more time.
Yes, of course. So let's put the furniture on now. Roberto wants a photo of Chelsea. Yes. You should stand up.
It's going to be right away, the panel.
Yes, it's done.
Because my minister will want to see the commissioner for 3 minutes.
You have 3 minutes, not more. And now just bear with us. We're going to put the chairs on for the panel. They have to sit somewhere. So we'll put the chairs back on. And I wanted to let you know that you need your headsets for this panel because we'll all be needing some translation. Our wonderful, talented translators offer Italian, English, French, and Polish for us. So make sure you have your headsets, especially the people on the panel. You need your headsets, and I need mine, because we will have, not everybody will be speaking English. So if you don't know any of these languages, these 4 languages, you will need a headset. And we're just about ready for me to introduce our next discussion. And now it's time to discuss how Europe's rural areas can make the most of the digital economy. Let me introduce you now to our speakers as I welcome them one by one on stage. First, Karina Angelieva, Deputy Minister for Education and Science of Bulgaria. Welcome. You can take the last seat at the end. Stavros Arachovitis, Minister of Rural Development and Food for Greece. He will come in just a moment. He will be here. Sean Canny, Minister of State for Natural Resources, Community Affairs and Digital Development of Ireland. Welcome. He's coming. So I'm told. Yes, you're here.
See my commissioner.
Please take a seat next to Ms. Angelieva. This is Stavros Arachovitis, the Minister for Rural Development and Food from Greece. Sean Canny, the Minister of State for Natural Resources, Community Affairs and Digital Development of Ireland. Welcome. Take your seat. Yekaterina Rojaka, Vice Minister for the Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Welcome to you as well. Jan Krzysztof Ardanowski, Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development of Poland. Welcome to you as well. And Aleksandra Pivic, Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Food of Slovenia. Welcome. And before we begin our discussion, we're going to watch a video. Meet Sweeper.
To build the first sweet pepper harvesting robot, that was the goal of the Sweeper project. The robot is an assembly of an autonomous mobile platform with a robotic arm holding an end effector for fruit harvesting. The robotic arm with the end effector scans the crop for mature peppers. The robot was trained to find obstacles like leaves and stems in the images. To speed up the training work, a simulated artificial pepper crop model and a deep learning network was used. The robotic arm employs visual servo control to reach the peduncle of the peppers on target. For this, it takes images from several sides. The arm approaches the pepper in such a direction that the stem is always to the backside of the pepper. After cutting, the pepper falls downwards into the fingers of the pepper catching device and is moved towards the pepper bin by the robotic arm. A conveyor belt will be added to the robot in order to convey harvested peppers to a standard pepper trolley. multiple robots and trolleys will be part of a fully automated post-harvest logistics management system. The Sweeper project results will serve as input for the development of a new, fully optimised and automated sweet pepper production system for the greenhouse horticultural sector. The automatic harvester will contribute to solve some of today's major grower issues, such as labour costs, labour availability, food safety and quality.
Well, how do we make more sweepers? I would like to ask Mr. Canny, how would you like to see Europe encourage the uptake of this kind of technology?
First of all, I'm delighted to be here, all the way from Ireland. Delighted to see this here. I suppose the first thing is we in Ireland see digitisation as being good for the efficiency of agriculture, but also very good for climate change. And when you see what's going on here, I think it's something that where we have schemes like this that are being done in particular countries, or pilot schemes or research that are being done, I think the biggest challenge is, and what we should be good at, is collaborating to share this right across the European Union with all our partners. And I suppose we in Ireland are very much into looking at ways of improving our outputs and also improving our efficiencies, both in terms of carbon emissions as well as in the added value we put to our produce. And I think this is a challenge for us in a rural area. The biggest thing we have to provide is the infrastructure. So we have to provide the technology into the farms so that the farmers can actually participate fully in this. And I suppose if you take Ireland as a small country, we have a lot of small farms, family farms, and we have a growing age profile. So that is a challenge for us. So what we have done is we have produce some programs to, I suppose, increase the skill level for all our citizens. And I think, as Commissioner Hogan was talking earlier on, I think the challenge for us is we cannot, in the European Union, leave anybody behind in this digital age. So we need to provide the infrastructure, we also need to provide the pilot schemes, and we need to share the knowledge and the experiences we've had in bringing this to perfection. 5G is very important, and I think that 5G is where we're going. We're doing pilot schemes at the moment. Precision farming is very important, but also we have pilots going on in relation to the face recognition of cows, for instance, which at this stage, thank God, is outside the data protection. I think cows are outside of it at the moment. We don't have to worry about that. But it's a case of providing the technologies to allow farms to be run in a very sharp way, and people say a smart way, but I prefer to call it in a clever way, so that we actually, I think that's the focus, is to be clever about it. All of these innovations that we see here on the screen are very clever ways of doing things. And I think it gives more time to the farmer to think about what he's producing, rather than being grossly involved in trying to produce and being smarter in the long run.
Yeah, and we will talk more about precision farming. You have a lot to talk about that as well, but I want to move on to Ms. Angelieva and to ask you, what are the obstacles in Bulgaria to improving the lagging digital skills in the rural areas?
Thank you very much first for this invitation in the panel. I also want to use the opportunity to share that Bulgaria will join very soon to the declarations, but we had some administrative process in Bulgaria. And secondly, because before to dive in the topic of the skills, let's remind us that last year we adopted the Food 2030 strategy, which has exactly this holistic approach. So I think that now the initiative of the Commission to focus exactly digital in agriculture is the next step to this overall strategy and overall understanding that we need if we want to tackle the skills, but also also lack of knowledge very often. So in Bulgaria, what we are doing, we launched last week the ambition to set up a strategy on artificial intelligence in education, which will be a main motor for modernization of universities, because we are investing a lot in education system, and I must admit that working so much to tackle the problems nowadays we have to education, and especially digital skills, and coming back to STEMs and basic skills in school, we a little bit overlooked what is happening in the universities, which basically, especially in Bulgaria, are the regional hubs for knowledge, for giving birth to new talents and to new ideas, which is very often lacking also in the rural areas. And the most important that I wanted to raise today is the access to knowledge and to new solutions. Because not only the digital skills will resolve the problems. If the digital skills should include many other skills. Of course, the basics, mathematics, informatics, but not only. We heard today when the Commissioner launched the ethical issues. So we have many other aspects like legal issues, but also sociological impact. And last but not least, the problem of working with big data and data. And last year, I'm happy that we signed another declaration. It was on the innovation radar. And basically what we are now trying to do more is to provide access to rural areas to already existing research results and solutions. So if I can follow up on the words of my colleague, and if we are a bit more imaginative and we imagine that we already have the infrastructure, we have already 5G everywhere, we have also set up the right context of legal and ethical issues, I must say that the third layer is exactly research and innovation and investing more in access to this research and innovation. So I believe that all the ingredients are there. Europe now is working very hard on the new program period. Also this year, a fantastic example of one of the Erasmus skills is exactly digital skills was launched. I admit that probably it should be more focus. We should really look into artificial intelligence, but also when we are talking for these fantastic instruments like Erasmus, we should probably be more brave, and why not to focus one of these programs for rural areas, because not everything is about the big companies, not everything is about the big players concerning research and innovation, but we should think more how to bring more people from the ground and born grassroots activities. So these are one of the things we are trying to work on now in Bulgaria, a more holistic approach.
Thank you. And Mr. Arachovitis, what is the role of agriculture and digitizing agriculture in Greece's post-bailout recovery? You are using this as a way to recover after the bailout. Tell us about that.
Yes, that's true. But before I start, I want to mention that a few minutes ago, we have signed a very important declaration text. Mm-hmm. So we must further and go to the action now on. You know, Greece was in a long period of crisis, mm-hmm. and after that crisis and MOU, we trying to make another model, a model who based on economy recovery and based in agricultural production. So we have a very, very important problem. We have very small scale farmers. Mm-hmm. That's our big problem. We're trying to go farther from that. And the way is the digital transformation of the agricultural sector. That will help, but it's not the only one. The second is to go further with modern methods of cultivation and modern methods of get farmers together to make economies on cooperatives. It's the only way for us to make our disadvantage, to make it advantage. We have products who are equality and a name. So we need to put on them most at the first line of our politics. We try in this period to make that transmission on agricultural sector. We have started, and I think we are in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Riaka, I'd like to come to you and to ask you from Lithuania's perspective, what are the challenges in adopting the digital innovation in agriculture from your point of view?
Again, when we talk about digitization of any economic sector, it comes to opportunities and challenges, right? When we talk about agriculture, usually people broadly, they do not think of agriculture as of something very digitalized or something having a lot of potential. Mm-hmm. But from Lithuanian point of view, what is very important, and here can I share a little bit of best experience? It is definitely the infrastructure. And infrastructure, the possibility to make the rural areas access to the internet, access to the high-speed internet. And that is exactly what has been done in Lithuania in 2014-2015. The project was implemented. As far as I know, it was even awarded one of the best practices. That we have now one of the highest accessibility for the internet, high speed, and that is good not only for agriculture, it's also good for any economic activities in the rural areas, because it makes a good platform. But it is the prerequisite for the growth. It is not substantial. We also need learning, because we have younger farmers who are digital by nature. They have those smart solutions in their head and they implement them ready in the farming. But we have those traditional farmers that are lacking maybe knowledge to some extent, and that's why, of course, the knowledge sharing is very important. And we also see huge potential in agriculture. As a digitization of agriculture, but also we need some kind of international projects to make most benefits of that.
Thank you. Mr. Adanovsky, how will digitalization contribute to sustainable agriculture?
Chcę serdecznie podziękować, że
I would like to thank you very much that the topic of digitalization was put on the agenda of this meeting, and we are discussing this topic. For my country, where we have many family farms, where we have millions of agricultural plots, for our country, digitization may be a chance for efficient management of agriculture. We talked here about digital technologies, how they can be useful in management, in precision agriculture, in sustainable development. Your question referred to that, on appropriate usage of natural resources such as water. All this is very much needed in every European country. We want agriculture to be more efficient, to respond to expectations of the planet related to the need for increased amounts of food. We should always have in mind the shortage of food on many continents, in many countries, famine in many areas. So agriculture will develop its production, and these technologies, which are very complex, it doesn't make sense to list them all right now, they are implemented, they are more or less important in every country. But what we are talking about is such using new digital technologies and in the broader context of innovation to support agricultural activity. For us and for Poland, what is very important is something that was mentioned in the first part of the discussion in the morning, this human aspect, this human approach, this ethical element of digitization. It is meant to serve the people, to help the people. It is not to be a certain phantom, an idea that everybody should adjust to because it is fashionable right now, because there is a paradigm of digital development in the world. But it is meant to help people in solving problems, in better, more efficient use of resources. So I would like to apologize for the following digression. Perhaps some of you remember the film by Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times, which was showing the main hero, this poor, lost person working on a production line of the first mass-produced car, the Ford T. And she's not managing. This line is moving faster and faster, and he simply drops at this line. It is impossible for him to follow. That technology was very much needed in those times. It revolutionized the car industry, but people back then were lost. They couldn't manage in the new situation. So the question that we should ask ourselves at the moment is how these all new wonderful technologies which are developed by the academic world, by science, how can they be used for the good of the people? And one more digression, if I may. I would prefer if in that area should be more cooperation and less competition. You mentioned the Dutch, who are very good traders. It's very well known in the entire world. We admire them, but in fact we are struggling on the same market. So if the Dutch sold their products, that would mean that Bulgarians, the Greek, the Poles, the Irish will not be able to sell the same products. Perhaps we should think more about how we cooperate in using new technologies which didn't exist a couple of years ago. These technologies which are offered by modern world. So how to cooperate? Of course, competition is necessary for progress too, but we should think how we should manage European agriculture so that it plays its role in fulfilling the needs of the entire world, of Africa, of Asia, of other continents. How we can use our resources for the good of the mankind and not think how we would kill each other competing on the global markets.
Thank you. I'd like to go now to Ms. Pivec, and I guess we have a little transition to something I want to ask you. How is Slovenia using EU funds to make advances in digitizing agriculture?
So thank you for your question, and first of all, allow me to thank the Commissioner Hogan for inviting me for this session and to be the part of this event. And how does Slovenia use Slovenian and European expertise and funds in the framework of the current common agricultural policy? So at the moment we implement several measures to do this, and we actually want to link the smart village concept with the diversification of the agricultural activities and local supply. So under the Rural Development Program, we support different pilot projects that will contribute to the development of the supplementary activities on the farm in cooperation with the local population. And there are many options within the smart village in the rural areas. And typically for them is the great use of information and communication technologies, beginning with preparation of promotion, advertising, and ending up with the ordered production. So we actually support projects that emphasize the importance of healthy dietary patterns in management of chronic diseases, cooperation with occupational safety professionals who will advise on the importance of active life in order to prevent the deterioration of various diseases related to the lives in the village. The concern that vulnerable groups and their inclusion in the countryside. And the great attention is being given also to the projects that will increase the operation of local care and also through digitization. And within the CAP framework, we also support the European innovation partnership measures, where through the joint involvement of researchers and scientists, advisors and farmers, we support the transfer of innovative practices directly into the farms. So what we want to is to improve and introduce innovative practices, while at the same time also transferring the needs from the farmers to scientists who will find the suitable solutions and transfer them into the agricultural practices. So what is also important for us, we also devote a lot of attention to the exchange of ideas. So the challenge and on the other side, the solution. We also prepared in this framework, the platform where farmers can present their technological problems or innovative ideas, and researchers on the other side may present a solution to the problem, or they can gather the challenge of a farmer who is expertly processing and preparing their solutions.
Yeah. So you made a transition into the second round of questions I wanted to ask you. I wanted us to look in the second round look at solutions, specific solutions. And I'd like to ask Mr. Kenny, you are one of the leaders in Europe on smart farming. Can you share with us one of their solutions, the solution that you're most proud of?
Again, I suppose in Ireland we're proud of everything we do. So I just say that in relation to the farming, we're running a project with Tipperary County Council. It's a precision farming, and there it's a modern farming management concept that uses digital techniques. It monitors and it optimizes agricultural production. So we look at the it is also used to reduce emissions. So one of the things we do, rather than applying the same amount of fertilizer throughout the field, we do the tests on the soil to see what is required where. Also, feeding your animal population, you do it on an individual basis, so that you manage the particular cow or animal, and you also monitor it for maybe infection that's about to come on. So you're taking preventative action. So again, you're saving on the whole idea of antibiotics, and also saving on loss of production and loss of outcome. I suppose. It is important to say to have these type of projects is great, but when you have small family farms, to be able to roll them out is the challenge, and you have to have buy-in from the farmers so that they actually can see the benefit. So that's why you do it on a pilot basis, and we use the farming representative groups as I suppose a platform to try and educate farmers. I was in a small little town in Sligo there a couple of weeks ago where we have a scheme going to train farmers in the use of the internet. And when you go into a room when you see farmers 50, 60 plus age group, and they're in front of their computers and they're talking about the internet rather than talking about the tractor out in the field that the battery has gone down on or whatever. So this is what we have to do. We have to bring people along, bring them into the digital age, and also from once I think the fear factor goes out of it. It actually brings people closer to being courageous. And also, if we want to get our young population, our young people involved in farming and taking over the family farms, we need to have the tools, the technology there, so that the younger people can actually see that there is a way in which they can make a living from it. And go back to the question about education, it starts with education, and I suppose we have farmers in our country who, when they were going to school, there was no technologies like this, so they have come upon us. So what we have to do is try and bridge the gap and keep people, I suppose, engaged in it, rather than walking away and saying, I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to know anything about it, and that is a challenge.
That is a challenge. I want to go to Ms. Angelieva. That is a challenge also for Bulgaria. It has small farms, it has aging villages, and it has so much potential for agriculture.
There is a lot of potential, and now we were discussing this topic. I think that we are also forgetting that there are modern farmers, and by the way, many people from the businesses in Bulgaria at some point get fed up and they just go and do farming. So basically I think we are missing this point that farming could be more and more attractive for nowadays busy people and wife. But seriously, to answer your question, I was thinking a lot on this, and one of the solutions we see is really the targeted focus public support, because there are sectors in Bulgaria, for example, is the medical and pharmaceutical sector, whereas the drive is really very much business oriented. And this is correct. There is a genuine push for developments of technologies and innovation. In agriculture and in rural areas, we see some knowledge hotspots that they are really developing, but there is no inclusive approach. Many people don't have, as I said, this access, or they difficultly can attract people to develop farming there, especially young people, because this is the point. They need another things there, another environment, from cultural and social life to farming. So basically, I think that we should invest in more startup and pilot projects that have holistic approach, because digital and the digitalization overall can bring to the modernization of agriculture, but also to disrupt this pattern, this spiral that brought us to really some lands that are totally uninhabited and with aging population. We just need to use now this digitalization reform to create new living spaces.
So that it's more attractive to the younger generation and to people to...
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Arachovitis, tell us, you have had some successes with precision farming in Greece. Share your specific success story, your favorite one.
Yes. Yes. This time in cooperation with academic community and with the Ministry of Digital Policy, we have decided and we are implementing now a digital transformation of agricultural sector project. We have set as a primary objective the transmission of the Greek economy, as I said, including the Greek agricultural sector and agricultural production from traditional cultivation to modern methods by way of the new technologies. We are proceeding a rapid phase now, and soon the program will belong to about 500,000 farmers, mostly small-scale farmers. According to the plan, and in a frame of remote distributed sensors will track crops on 15 million acres. collecting data on soil, air, and weather and water, which we will then use to provide tailor-made advice to each field. The farmer will be able to receive with a simple message on his mobile phone updates on extreme weather events, and irrigation advice, as well as protection of his production. The platform will remain to the Ministry of Rural Development, and the point is that it will be open data. So,
that's good. Ms. Riaka, I wanted to ask you about the roles that the local public administration and the private sector should play in such processes.
Well, when we talk about agricultural sector, we definitely should talk about saving time. And this is digitization of the sector actually means more effective work. And we are facing a huge shortage of workforce in Lithuania at the moment, and especially in the agricultural sector too. We also see how the new technologies can save time and also administrative burden for the same farmers and also for the public sector. We have good examples on how the local agricultural agency can monitor the crop, can monitor the overall area, farming areas, and that connecting to the subsidies, for instance. We also see how this precise agriculture and ag tech also helps to diminish administrative workflow. That farmers can actually think about benefiting and about the product itself rather than worrying about whether this is the right time for crop to be wrapped.
I want to ask you, we heard that from Mr. Kenny as well. How are you managing to train people, to have them accept this new technology, especially if they didn't grow up with it?
Well, there are definitely a lot of challenges there. Some are more eager to learn. We also see that the gap for digitalization skills is widening, starting maybe age 55 plus. And that's the most problematic part of the farmers, definitely. But we cannot think of stopping innovation because of that. We need to bridge the gaps rather than to think that the new technologies can bring us something more than benefits and to put us under the more vulnerable position. So here we have now. We are pretty much creating the action plan, and definitely the action plan is what every country will need. How to broaden this knowledge to the broader category of farmers. But again, innovation is horizontal. It's not only on the agriculture, it's not only in economy, it's pretty much everywhere. And even the technologies that can minimize waste of the herbicides in the soil. This is healthy for the human beings, right? For those who are for the final consumers, and also healthy for the planet. So when we talk about digital and ag tech, we definitely talk about broaden categories.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Mr. Ardanovsky and ask him about a very interesting project. You are using checks by monitoring, using Earth observation data that is under the Copernicus program. Can you explain to us how that works and what the benefits are?
Yes, we are trying to use all these new opportunities. We try to adopt a practical approach. Well, in Poland we have 1.3 million farms that apply for EU subsidies. We have a system of applications that works well. We use the internet to report about movements of cattle, of animals. We know that it poses many problems in many countries, but we are looking for new solutions, new opportunities. You've mentioned precision farming. That is about a rational use of resources. It is about using resources in the amount and at the time when it is truly necessary. But we are also looking for other opportunities, other solutions using European satellites, for example. Well, it seems that climate change will cause natural disasters. The last year we were hit by massive droughts. Not only in our country, but across Europe. We received help, but we would also like to use satellite imaging, those satellite images that are accessible to be able to evaluate the losses that were suffered in order to plan national aid, national support. Moreover, we are also trying to use digital technologies to authenticate top quality food. We don't want to compete in terms of the number, the amounts, the volumes of food produced. We would like our trademark to be about quality. We want to produce top quality food. That is why we have a pilot program at the moment. It is about labeling beef. Using the blockchain technology. We're all learning, but we see opportunities in this technology. We believe that placing chips in a calf, in a juvenile cow, will help us to obtain information that is important from the point of view of consumers who make choices. We would like our actions be practical. We don't only want them to be nice, fashionable, modern ideas. We want them to be solutions that are understood by farmers and that bring tangible benefits to our farmers. There will be more problems. We've talked already about shortages of labor force in agriculture. We produce soft fruit on a large scale in our country, but in the future it might happen that we'll have to reduce our production because we will simply lack people who could harvest raspberries, cherries or other products. All in all, there are many challenges ahead. Digital technologies could help many of these problems. However, I believe that in the future there will be areas that we can't really identify at this point in time because there will be more progress, more scientific research, more results. And this will probably help European agriculture to be more sustainable, to manage farming land better. And it will help us to produce the food that the world and the people all over the world expect from us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bibec, I wanted to ask you to give us an example of a successful agricultural digital project that is already present on the market in your country.
So we have a few of them, but maybe I will choose only the second one. So it is from the field of the milk production, and so we have on the basis on the milk analysis, the breeders receive data on the production, nutrition, and the health of the animal, and they can use, of course, this data for the solution, how to make these processes better and how to raise the competitiveness of the better milk production. And as I mentioned, we have some more of them, but of course we have a lot of challenges how to improve this field, and these are one of our most important priorities also for the next period and for our next agricultural strategy in Slovenia, how to improve the digitalization in the field of agriculture.
And I see we are almost out of time. I wanted to ask any one of you if you wanted to comment on how to attract younger people. I'm hearing from all of you. You're talking. We have small farms. We have, we have farms in which are depopulated. They're aging. So how do you attract? Do any of you want to quickly comment on how do you think you can use digital technology to attract more young people, digital natives, to work in the villages, to work in the rural areas? What would it take? From what I've been reading, investments are not enough because it's less attractive for private investors to invest in rural areas because it's more expensive. So maybe that is one thing we could talk about as the clock bears upon us. Does any of you want to wrap up our discussion with that?
Just one sentence as representing Ministry of Education. It's very important. The young generation will hold on. In fact, what we are doing now, it's for them, you see. So we are talking now that we should concentrate on digital skills in school, and this is true. But we also should have very important agenda already in the primary school concerning our environment, the sustainable development goals, and what will be the future. And here is where the governments, also with the European Commission, but also among ourselves, we have a huge responsibility to share knowledge, but also to exchange knowledge and forecast ahead, because artificial intelligence can help not only for the competition and for rural areas and to be more smart, security and quality, but it will in fact help to preserve our resources and for these young people to have where to live. So basically the solution is education, knowledge. That's it.
I see everybody agrees. We end on that note. We need education for young and old, starting early, I would think, and including everybody and encouraging also girls to take up, unlike me, to really be interested in math. When I was little, I just wasn't. Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. I'd like you to stay on because we're going to hear now some closing remarks on the subject we were discussing from the Director General of DigiConnect, Roberto Viola. I'd like to invite him to share his thoughts.
Actually, we move in couple with the Director General of Agriculture Service, Jersey.
So
we are in couple. We are a couple, an indivisible couple. Yes, why not?
I was going to invite you next, but please, why don't you have a conversation?
Yes,
I like
prefer.
That. Improvisation.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Sorry. Thank you. No, sorry, Ralitza, to have changed, the order, but simply to say that the only way to make it real, first of all, many thanks to all the member states that signed the declaration as a sign of commitment of working together, but this is also a sign of commitment of working together. Digitization of agriculture is only possible if the two responsible departments will work together hand in hand. So now you have signed, and our next task is with your representatives to form a group and start looking at the various issues you've been discussing, analyze one by one, put priorities on the table, organize it, and make sure that then we deliver. So that's why I wanted both of us on stage, because it's a teamwork, and we can not really do it alone as the digital geeks. We really need the people that know, and very happy to work with Justice team.
Thank you, Roberto, for inviting me to this podium and to have the opportunity to say a few words at the end of this panel. First of all, I'd like to thank all panelists, ministers, deputy ministers for very creative approach, for sharing with us a lot of experience and ideas concerning digital transformation. I'd like to thank you personally and DG Connect for organizing this discussion, especially to dedicated panel on agriculture and food issues. I think that there is no any doubts that agriculture and food sector has a great potential for digital transformation, and I think this is why we have to work together. From the discussion of the panelists, I took some notes, and I think that it was clear that there is a very good identification of the challenge. Especially, it was overwhelmingly mentioned that we have to, first of all, concentrate on European level to provide appropriate infrastructure. Many panelists mentioned that. Commissioner Hogan said that the benefits of technologies should be available to everybody. So first step is really good infrastructure, and I think that Commission also is working on providing some support, especially through the different funds. Rural Development Fund is one of them, but also Cohesion, Structural Fund, all SE funds, but also our policy, and not only agriculture policy, but also regional and cohesion policy. And first of all, I think we cannot forget Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 research innovation.
Digital Europe.
Yes, exactly, Digital Europe as well. So I think that we have many programs, and the synergy between them is necessary. I think that the infrastructure is not enough. So many speakers rightly said that we have to invest in people, training, and again training from young to older generation. To have this happen, we have really to develop that. And I would like only to refer to the fact that CAP also, especially in the next edition after 2020, will provide more opportunities to use advisory system and to encourage and support cooperation between farmers, data sharing, information sharing, knowledge sharing. So there are elements in our policy after 2020 which will be used to accelerate and really contribute to the digital transformation in agriculture. I think that benefits of this technological, the digital transformation were broadly mentioned by almost all speakers. I think that it's worthwhile maybe to only to summarize that improvement of competitiveness of agri-food sector is quite evident. Improvement of sustainability of food production, but also contribution to improve resilience and resource efficiency of agriculture and food sector. So we can address with this new approach all challenges we have vis-à-vis to us, ahead of us, also stemming from joint declaration and commitments of member states, how to better work in food and agriculture, preserving environment and also addressing climate change issue, including commitments stemming from COP21 agreement and also Sustainable Development Goals. So we have to work now together, and it was already mentioned by both commissioners, but also Roberto, that the joint declaration is a very important step forward. I think that we have to build on that, and I was particularly happy to hear not only identification of needs, some general assessment of the direction for development, but clear testimony or witnesses of already ongoing applications in many member states, which covers farms of different size, because our agriculture is very diversified. So I think with this technology we can address the challenges in different part of Europe, and we can only promise that we are ready to work with member states jointly together using available funds and also policy instruments, especially in the context of the new CAP to achieve the objective. Commissioner said about 3 objectives. We would like to have a modern, sustainable and competitive CAP. So I hope that we will work together in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pleva and Viola, for the great teamwork. This was very impressive. And maybe Mr. Andonovsky now sees that cooperation is taking place as we speak here. Because he said we have to cooperate, we shouldn't be competing, and I think we made a good start on that with your great teamwork, reaching out to them. Thank you so much. I wish you lots of success because you have an important job to do. Agriculture and digitization are very, very important for all of us. It's about the food we eat, the lives we live. We are what we eat, they say. And if we eat good food, clean food, that will be wonderful and create more jobs, and that will be wonderful.
And we have a role in the world. Europe, as a world actor, we have a duty to combat famine in the world. And these technologies help our friends, for instance, in Africa, to step up the level of efficiency and really give new hope that we will get there.
Yes, it's about the goals of ending hunger and sustainable development in the world.
And Europe is the largest aid donor of the world. So this is also very important in this respect.
It's very important to me as well. I write about sustainable development. So,
that's why I mentioned.
Yes, I appreciate this very, very much. So we have it, all of us are doing a little bit. I'm writing about little solutions, and you're doing much more, of course, but I'm doing whatever I can do without a math education. Yeah.
Thank you very much also for chairing this panel in such a
my pleasure.
wonderful way.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you, panel. I invite you now to take your seats, and best of luck. And we will now take a short coffee break. I will see you in half an hour when we'll be discussing the digitizing of Europe's cultural heritage. And I have a little surprise for you. So come back in half an hour.
Because it's more private.
Okay. So long to decide on a date, so it can put on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Even securing its
Everything worked out.
Yeah, no, everything's fallen into place. This panel, I think, really good now. It's a nice subject as well.
Well, we have our final session for today, and it's about something I think we all love and all can relate to: culture. So the topic of our final session today is advancing digitalization of cultural heritage. Over the past decade, member states have widely invested in the digitization of their cultural heritage, but today they will sign a declaration to go even further. They want to harness the power of cutting-edge technologies like 3D, extended reality, and artificial intelligence to preserve the continent's cultural wealth. High-tech solutions are protecting the past, they're also creating new jobs, and they're making culture more accessible for all of us. So now I invite Commissioner Gabriel back to the stage to tell us more about this declaration.
C'est censé être le dernier discours de la journée.
So this is the last presentation of the day. Rest assured, I won't be long. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, fellow commissioners, dear Thibault. We are reaching the end of those digital days, looking at an extremely important topic, which is part of the agenda of the 2019 digital days, something that affects us on a day-to-day basis as Europeans. This is a topic which reinforces our communities, which is a bridge for mutual understanding, for belonging, for feeling that we share the same history. I'm referring to culture, of course, which is at the heart of our lives and at the heart of the European integration project. And the reason why we're here today is to look at this declaration on the digitalization of cultural heritage. Its principle is harnessing digitalization in order to reinforce the resilience of our cultural heritage and to make it more accessible. Europe's cultural heritage is extraordinarily rich, as we all know, but we have a number of problems today. Risks of earthquakes, floods, pollution, vandalism are just a few examples. Even if a cultural artifact is spared from such difficulties and threats, the potential damage from deterioration over time remains a challenge for all member states concerned. These dangers do justify the need to make the most of digital technologies to record, document, and preserve Europe's cultural heritage. Beyond the question of preserving our cultural heritage, there is a question of access to cultural works of art for citizens. It is up to us to make sure that our cultural heritage is made more easily available to all citizens. And we need to pay particular attention to any situation of exclusion whereby some of our citizens are deprived access to such works. Of course, we're not starting from scratch with this declaration. We could use as a basis work done in the past few years. Let me give you a few references. This is fully aligned with our digital strategy. We wanted to look at a number of challenges in the cultural sector thanks to new opportunities given by digital strategies. Secondly, this declaration will rest on the new copyright directive approved by Parliament on the 26th of March. This will make sure that the European cultural heritage is more easily accessible to European citizens. Thirdly, scientific endeavors are essential in order to better understand our cultural heritage and give a positive meaning to our shared history. I would like to underline that even in the field of cultural heritage, we need to have trustworthy and verifiable sources of information. And in order to promote the digitalization of cultural heritage online and its cross-border accessibility, we have Europeana that was created about 10 years ago. Since it was created 10 years ago as Europe's multilingual digital library, we could provide access to one of the largest collections in the world. About 58 million cultural heritage items have been made available, coming from over 3,700 cultural institutions across Europe.
So
we've got a good starting point, but despite that initial success, we believe that today only approximately 10% of Europe's cultural heritage has been digitalized, and that digitized resources are still lacking in visibility, especially beyond national borders. That is the reason why, with today's Declaration of Cooperation, we would like to invite member states to pursue progress together in three key areas where synergies with digital technologies can really make an impact. The first area has to do with emerging technologies, in particular with 3D digitization. It is important for member states to take action in order to make sure that 3D digitization becomes reality in all member states, and that we look at a truly pan-European initiative in order to have 3D modelization of cultural artifacts and monuments. The second field is collaboration in order to improve the use of digitalized cultural data and to facilitate the participation of citizens. This would have spin-offs for other sectors. We mentioned tourism in particular in the declaration. The third and final area focuses on enhancing cross-sector, cross-border cooperation and capacity building in the sector of digitized cultural heritage. As you know, we try to do a lot at all levels. Commissioner Navracic will be telling you much more in a minute. We are looking at the local, regional, national and European level. We would like on all those levels to reinforce access to our digitalized cultural heritage. We mentioned a number of new technologies today. Cybersecurity is going to be extremely important. It is important to keep it simple and not to work in silos. We've worked in isolation for quite some time. It is important to break free from that method of work and see how those new technologies can serve in a cross-border fashion and how they can be leveraged at the service of the conservation and valorization of our cultural heritage. I'm fully convinced that this is the best way to bring things forward around new technological solutions and to bridge the digital gap in the cultural field. Ladies and gentlemen, future generations have no other choice than to rely on us taking quick action in order to preserve the unique richness of our cultural heritage. Our citizens and cultural heritage deserve the very best of this collaboration. And you can certainly count on our continued commitment, my own, that of Commissioner Navracic. And I do hope that we will be able to work together in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. And now I invite Commissioner for Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Tibor Navracic, to share his perspective. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Maria, thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm absolutely amazed with your translation software, so that's the future. I was told that you also have a Bulgarian French or Bulgarian English translation software as well, so I'm eagerly waiting for the Hungarian version of this translation as well. I think it will be a little bit difficult. But thank you very much for this invitation. It's a very good opportunity to speak about the state of play of the digitization in culture and about the future perspectives of this topic. But let me first congratulate the Romanian presidency and you, Maria, for having organized this Digital Day, and especially for having built a consensus around the declaration on advancing the digitization of cultural heritage. I fully support this declaration. It is an important element of the legacy of the European Year of Cultural Heritage that we celebrated in 2018. We need to find ways to make our cultural heritage accessible to all. Digital means have an important role to play in this. Everyone should have the opportunity to discover how they belong to the complex tapestry that is Europe, no matter their socio-economic background. To make this reality, we are working closely across the European Commission services with member states and stakeholders. We also work closely with Europeana, our digital partner. I'm pleased to see how it has been helping us make heritage resources more accessible, engaging citizens with digitized heritage, and promoting the use and reuse of digital content for educational purposes. The European Migration Campaign, helping people to rediscover their roots and make them aware of the value of diversity, is just one example. Last year, I launched the online platform Story Maps, developed by the Commission's Joint Research Centre, our in-house science and knowledge service. These free interactive maps put cultural heritage at users' fingertips, providing them with easily accessible information about EU initiatives in this field. They have already attracted almost 17,000 users. Also last year, the Joint Research Centre released a free and open source web application entitled Cultural Gems. It enables residents and tourists to share and discover hidden cultural treasures in cities and towns across Europe. These are important steps, but there is more to do. Only 10% of our cultural heritage is currently estimated to have been digitized, and even less is available online. The European Union, member states, research communities, and other stakeholders have to commit and work together to change this. Preserving cultural heritage and opening it up to all parts of society is vital if we are to create a common sense of belonging and a European community. This means strengthening Europeana, but also developing complementary initiatives, such as the Cultural Heritage Cloud, proposed in the new Horizon Europe programme. It also means equipping people with the competencies needed to use digital content in a confident and creative way. The Digital Education Action Plan that I presented last year goes in this direction, setting out initiatives designed to boost digital skills. These include efforts to get more schools involved in EU Code Week, so that all students from a young age can become creators rather than users of digital technologies. Or, for example, making primary and secondary school teachers more aware of cybersecurity risks. Innovative technologies such as virtual or augmented reality can enhance how people experience cultural heritage. There is clearly great potential here for museums, for instance. We know well that new and exciting digital technologies can offer a unique, creative, and interactive experience and attract wider audiences. It is therefore important to support the development of specialized skills and to help museum-related professions adapt to the digital world. At the same time, digital tools such as 3D scanning play a major role in preserving and restoring physical heritage assets. We want to marshal digital technologies to respond to threats to cultural heritage, such as natural disasters, climate change, terrorism, or vandalism. For instance, we should help make sure that structural aspects of built heritage are documented through the use of IT tools, including by digitizing archival records and using on-site laser scanning. This will boost our capacity to manage disasters affecting cultural heritage. Our Horizon 2020 programme also makes a significant contribution to the preservation of cultural heritage through cutting-edge research, the development of advanced materials for conservation, and the use of advanced digital technologies, including 3D technologies. But digitization still focuses mainly on capturing the visual appearances of objects, collections, or sites. With heritage being both tangible and intangible, digitally born and digitized, The challenge for the future is to develop more dynamic and personalized digital resources. That is why the European Commission will continue funding research and innovation projects on advanced digitization and curation of digital assets. Our aim is to support the development of new technologies and methods that will help present cultural heritage in a comprehensive and attractive way. A new Horizon 2020 call for proposals with an expected budget of 20 million euros will be launched by the end of 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, cultural heritage is our bridge to the past and into the future. And this is not only because we want to connect generations and communities, creating a shared sense of belonging. It is also because heritage often holds solutions to the societal challenges facing us. To help ensure that we better harness this potential, I have launched a series of platforms, spaces for discussion and learning involving national governments, key global institutions, experts, and young global leaders. The first meeting focusing on social innovation in Dublin took place just last week. Next, we will look at digital heritage in Prague in October 2019. I invite you all to join the discussion. This will be the perfect opportunity to take forward the commitments expressed in the Declaration of Cooperation. Because heritage is so fundamental to our societies and our future, I presented the European Framework for Action on Cultural Heritage last December. This set of initiatives will ensure that cultural heritage stays high on the political agenda, ensuring a lasting impact of the European Year of Cultural Heritage. It will guide our work at EU level in promoting and safeguarding cultural heritage across many areas, including the digitization of cultural heritage. The framework looks at the tangible, intangible, and digital dimensions of cultural heritage as inseparable and interconnected. Cultural heritage is the thread that connects us to each other, to our elders, and to our children. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we find meaning. To digitize our heritage is to provide longevity and depth to this meaning, allowing more people to find they belong to larger and larger communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Navracic. And now we move on to our panel discussion. Digitizing Europe's heritage is about preserving the culture for future generations. So, we will do something different for this panel. I told you I have a surprise for you. So this is my surprise. I will hand over the baton to two students from the College of Europe to moderate today's digital heritage discussion. Please welcome Laura Balke and Week Wati. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Ralitza. Indeed, we're very happy to be here today and to bring the voice of the youth in on this topic that, as Commissioner Gabriel pointed out, connects all Europeans. But without further ado, let us kick off by introducing our panelists. We are honored to have with us today Gianluca Vacca, Secretary of State at the Italian Ministry of Cultural Heritage and Activities. Mr. Vacca, please join us on the stage.
We're also very happy to welcome Kristina Pozovic, Croatian Deputy State Secretary for the Development of the Digital Society. Please have a seat.
We're excited to welcome Louise Haxthausen, UNESCO representative to the European Union and Director of the UNESCO Liaison Office in Brussels. Please join us, Ms. Haxthausen.
We are also joined today by Harry Verwaayen, the Executive Director of the Europeana Foundation. Welcome.
And last but not least, we're also happy to welcome Bastien Varoutsikos, Director of Development at economies. Please join us. Thank you all for joining us today. And again, a very warm welcome from our side. Let us start right away with the first part of our panel, which will be dedicated to the importance of this declaration. Now, the declaration promotes the 3D digitization of cultural heritage, be it buildings, monuments, or artifacts. Over the past decade, member states have already invested widely in the digitization, the digital preservation, and the reuse of cultural heritage. And certainly this will resonate well with our generation that has grown up around smartphones and tablets and computers and so on. In addition to increasing accessibility to cultural heritage, the declaration also aims at preserving it. And the ongoing student protests around Europe show that the European youth stands up against climate change. But unfortunately, already today, we can see the negative effects that climate change has on our cultural heritage. For example, the effect of acid rains on the Acropolis, or the L'Aquila earthquake, or as happened outside of Europe, the fire of the Rio Museum. And against this background, what aspects of this declaration are the most relevant for your country or for Europe as a whole? Perhaps we could start with Mr. Vacca to get to know Italy's perspective.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Rivolgo il mio saluto a tutte le delegazioni presenti e ringrazio la
I would like to say hello to all
organizzato questa terza edizione.
Thank you very much for organizing this third digital day.
Molto importante perché rappresenta
This is a very important appointment. It's an opportunity for dialogue, to have an exchange. We can exchange our experiences on a very important topic, because digital innovation in the cultural sector is very important. Now, the Italian government has decided to pay great attention to this issue, and indeed there is a special competence that I have received for the digitalization of culture. And the government has launched a series of initiatives. Italy wants to be a leader in digital and technological innovation applied to the cultural world, which is very heterogeneous. The signing of this agreement is certainly an important step forward. The digital revolution is creating changes at a fast pace, and there's an impact on the cultural sector. Advanced technological instruments offer many opportunities to distribute content, but also to give value to cultural heritage. Therefore, investing in the digital world is not only correct, but necessary. The digitalization of contents means we can already visit a museum or an archaeological site, even if we're thousands of kilometers away. We use our computers, our phones, and we have access to archives. 3D technology, augmented reality, artificial intelligence are all technologies that make it possible to explore our cultural heritage. So we can also explore and visit the past. We have animated spaces, 360-degree areas. Then, if we consider IRMs and ultrasound systems, they make it possible to analyze artworks, and they do it without creating problems and showing us things that we can't see otherwise. So we see when it was created, if there was any restoration work that was carried out. And all these instruments are very useful to monitor monuments and artwork. And this is excellent for maintenance. And drones are also very useful when we look at artworks in areas where there have been natural catastrophes. We think that the impact of technology can be a huge contribution. It attracts investments, creates jobs, and offers opportunities for growth and development. There is a huge potential which hasn't been completely used till now. If we look at 5G, we see that data can be transmitted much more quickly than now. Thanks to this technology, we will have high-resolution videos and images, and that means we can have new services, new experiences in the cultural sector. So we have to discover this potential. We have to exploit it so that each state can promote its creative industries and its cultural heritage. We need to develop knowledge, and we need to develop this potential. In Italy, the EU initiatives were very useful. I'm speaking of the Europeana project, the program called Creative Europe and the European Year for the Cultural Heritage. Other projects could also be launched. We could even have special funds, though for the moment none are foreseen. We should have funds to digitalize the European cultural heritage. Now, Italy has been working in this direction, and we would like to cooperate with the other member states of the EU.
Of course, very important for us to hear the remarks of Italy, a country that has so much to offer when it comes to cultural heritage. Now, the same can be said about Croatia, so we'd be really happy to proceed with the remarks of Ms. Puzovic.
Thank you very much for this invitation. And first of all, I would just like to say that Croatia will sign this declaration as soon as we finish our administrative procedure. So when it comes to preservation of cultural heritage, I see this declaration as one more platform or tool that could enhance the process of digitization. So it's very important to preserve and protect our heritage because modern and digital technologies could really make our cultural heritage to live forever and to be saved for eternity and for the future generation. Also, on that way, we can make new possibilities for younger generation that are also, I would say, born with the new technologies. They are living in a digital era, and on that way, cultural heritage will be more available to them. Of course, because Republic of Croatia has recognized the importance of digitization, by 2020 we are planning to fully develop our infrastructure, both normative and technical infrastructure that would help us to digitize our cultural heritage. This is also a new opportunity for new services that could be related with culture, for new activities, for new job creations, and also to enhance some other industries that are related with culture, like tourism, for instance. Of course, we have our national plan that includes 5 key concepts for digitization of cultural heritage, and these are infrastructure, digital contact, interoperability, e-services, and bigger competitivity. As we speak of competitivity and also visibility of cultural heritage, so digitization also could help to be, especially for Croatian, but also any other cultural artifact, to be more visible both on a European but also on a global level. So this could also help to our country for further development, especially in the field of tourism, as I have already mentioned. And of course, sharing information, sharing best practices is another way that we could all work together and to digitize our common cultural heritage and to make it available to a broader audience, maybe also to the people who are not so interested in culture or don't have the opportunity to be so acquainted with it. And as a last, I would like to say that these all are the reasons that we actually joined this European project. And we have focused, and in the future we will focus on many activities that could help us to contribute to this common goal.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pozavic, for also pointing out to the potential that emerging technologies have in harnessing greater accessibility. And as UNESCO has a very vast experience in fostering international cooperation on the protection of cultural heritage, we're keen to hear what Mrs. Haxthausen has to say and would identify as the most important parts of the declaration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us this opportunity also to present UNESCO's viewpoint on this declaration of cooperation that we believe is extremely important as we are witnessing the leapfrogging capacity of digitization technologies for enhanced, more effective protection and preservation of cultural heritage and better access to this heritage, both for cultural heritage professionals but also for citizens. This is true for cultural heritage in all its forms, monuments and sites, artifacts in museums and on site, but also documentary heritage in archives and libraries, as well as intangible cultural heritage. The use of this technology gives us an unprecedented access and understanding of the past, of knowledge, of history, of memory, which are crucial for heritage professionals as it is for citizens to deepen their sense of belonging and understanding of other cultures. For all these reasons, UNESCO warmly welcomes this declaration of cooperation. It is extremely relevant and timely. It is relevant because cultural heritage is facing new risks of impoverishment and loss, notably as a result, as you said, of climate change, but also of conflict. And it is timely because only international cooperation can unlock the further potential of new technologies. In conclusion, let me say that with this declaration, Europe is really setting an example to act more and to act better for the preservation of cultural heritage in line with common principles, values, and standards. It is our hope that this endeavor will, in turn, benefit and inspire others in other regions and foster broader international cooperation. And I would like to get back to that a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Haxthausen. Thank you for providing us with UNESCO's perspective and for underlining the importance of international cooperation. Now, an important outcome of European cooperation on cultural matters is Europeana. Mr. Verweijen, what would you identify as the most important aspects of this declaration for Europe as a whole?
Thank you. Great question. Against the background of climate change, which is quite dramatic, of course. I'm going to say something that might surprise you. And I think the most important thing is interoperability. And it's not a very sexy term, but I'll tell you why I think that is of crucial importance. And for that, I need to take you back 10 years when Europe, I think, took a very bold step, the European Union. It decided to not succumb to the offers of large technology companies and give our cultural heritage to these big companies to just digitize and do their thing with it. And by doing that, it started Europeana. It invested in a distributed network. And meaning it also invested in autonomy and sovereignty. Two very important components, which I would say is pretty much the business model of Europe. And if you understand that for what it really means, it means that we give libraries, museums, archives, national entities the power to take care of their own heritage. But to make that fluid across Europe and make the digital single market work, you need that material to become interoperable, right? That means that machines need to be able to read it and humans need to be reading what you can make with it. And I think this declaration is a very strong reinforcement of that model. So that's the first thing. And secondly, I think this declaration reinforces what happened already last year was the European Year of Cultural Heritage and the new agenda for culture. It gave the sector that I think I represent a little bit confidence in itself. It showed that cultural heritage is a sector that is part of a larger cultural and creative industries that significantly contributes both to the economy and to jobs. We have more than 20% of the people, I believe, are young professionals in this industry. You're a young professional yourself, so you can see how important that is, right? These are really big signs for an industry that wasn't so sure of itself, I think, until recently. So those are two big elements for me why this is important. And I'll come back to the last point in the second round of questions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Verwey. And I don't know how it is for the audience, but for me, the term interoperability is certainly not the first that springs to mind when talking about cultural heritage. So thank you very much. And we're happy today to also have with us someone who has hands-on experience in digitizing endangered cultural heritage sites all around the world, in fact, not only in Europe. Mr. Varoutsikas, what are your views on the declaration at hand?
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting Econem to present its perspective from the more private sector. So Econem is a French startup that carries out 3D models of heritage at risk around the world. So it seems obvious to us that the most relevant aspect of the text is the one connected to this large-scale digitization of European cultural heritage, which for me today is mostly a question about access. It's accessing existing cultural heritage. It's also allowing access to the production of cultural heritage. And so we have created libraries, museums to create sort of this sum of human knowledge, right, and make it accessible and to at the same time preserve this diversity and harness it and harness its potential for current and future generations. But we're still missing something. We look at Bamiyan, we look at Sana'a, we look at Aleppo. What we realize is that they all constitute a very conspicuous symbol of cultural heritage destruction. And sometimes they seem to be a little too far. It's not really, it's too distant for us to relate. But, we've had destruction of Brussels' Maison du Peuple in 1965. We had some destruction in Palais de Versailles in 1978, something like that. And from Bamiyan to Paris, the whole thing they have in common is that protection arrived but too late. And destruction takes place all the time, right? We're seeing it happen before our own eyes. It's mass tourism in Venice. It's unchecked urban development in Yerevan or Vienna. And I'd even argue that, to some extent, it is that temporary, that ephemeral, transient nature of cultural heritage that, gives it part of its value. But let's not forget that the result of what is sometimes a very slow, cumulative process taking place over decades, not the one that is brutal that we see on TV. Well, it's the same result. It's the annihilation of Europe's rich heritage and cultural diversity, which composes the very core of EU's identity. So protection needs more than outrage and reaction. It needs planning and ambition, I think. And in this framework, which is already being set in place, that takes into account the specificity of the type of heritage it's trying to preserve. And books, for instance, are preserved as they are digitized, so that the sum of information they contain is made available. And a similar mechanism is needed for built heritage. And I think the answer is found in the 3D models. A building is basically an assemblage of textures and volumes. And like a book, this information can be recorded. The technology exists. We heard talking about laser grammetry. We talk about photogrammetry. We could basically capture the patterns, the entire hotel, from the patterns of the chandelier, from the carpets, etc., and reconstruct the 3D model and make it available to everyone in about a month. So, as with medieval book, the sum of knowledge that each building represents can be captured and transmitted. In 3D, this also allows to explore a new space in a very different way, to ask new questions, find new answers. I think there's a lot of potential there. So recording heritage basically shouldn't be done, and it's not just in case. It shouldn't be after destruction. It shouldn't be just in case of destruction. It's also a process so beyond the fact that it helps safeguard the data itself, it's a very effective way to bring this heritage back into the present and make it available to all, thus enabling the creation of new cultural bricks, which constitutes really the united, EU's tomorrow's heritage.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Varoutsikas, for again underlining what a powerful tool emerging technologies are to preserve cultural heritage around the world. Now, your remarks conclude the first round of this panel, And let us dive right into the second half, and I'm happy to pass the floor to Loïc.
So, thank you very much, Laura. We'll now move over to the second part of the panel, which focuses on cooperation across Europe. When we think about cultural heritage, we often think of objects, such as buildings and artifacts. But cultural heritage is also about elements such as films or music, parts of culture which resonate especially well with our generation. Europe benefits from a very rich cultural heritage, and its dynamic culture and creative sectors strengthen European identity, creating a sense of belonging for the youth. So, against this background, how essential is cooperation across Europe when it comes to the digitization of cultural heritage? So let's approach this question from in a different order, maybe. So I'll give the floor to Mrs. Pozavec. Thank you.
We can't avoid cooperation at any level. So coordinated approach and synergy is inevitable to create a joint digital framework for preserving our cultural heritage. This framework strengthens our possibilities, and it's beyond the national boundaries and national limitations. So we all get a much broader spectrum to act and to create a framework that would help us to preserve and protect our heritage. Also, with the development of modern technologies, we come to the possibility of 3D scanning that also enables us and gives us numerous possibilities for reuse of cultural artifacts and heritage overall, like in art, in science, research, education, and similar. So these are all very important points that we should all focus. And as the more we cooperate, the more we share our experience and best practices, then the more efficient we will be in preservation and protection of our heritage.
So many thanks, Mrs. Pozavec, for these very insightful remarks. We'll now move over to Mr. Varoutsikas, who could share his views as a true expert on the digitization of cultural heritage. So how essential is cooperation across Europe to you and to ICONOM?
Thank you. So cultural heritage production has always happened within a very sort of complex ecosystem, which is, I think, due to its very encompassing nature. So that the making of a book requires paper, ink, pen, glue, leather, etc. So restoring and then protecting a practice or a building then increases again the complexity of this ecosystem, which necessitates further expertise, also integrates new political and cultural stakeholders. So economies, for instance, as a mission-driven company, has collaborated with UNESCO, UNDP, some universities, but also architects, engineers, archaeologists. So it's all about trying to build and maintain this ecosystem, but which we do at a fairly low scale. There's new variables now that we need to take into account. The first one is a real need for a scalable approach to cultural heritage digitization at the level of the European Union. There's a number of big private players that really are into data collection business, and they have an immense operational capacity and the fund necessary to support large-scale projects, and they're starting doing it. So I think if the EU wants to keep control over collection and digitization and digital management of its cultural heritage, and I think it should, it needs to sort of put itself in a situation to be able to compete. And a lot of what is needed is actually already here. There are really interesting programs, talked about the European Foundation. There's the very interesting initiative like Time Machine, for instance, which have identified the need to undergo this very efficient bootstrapping process to bring together those stakeholders, consolidating this new ecosystem, but at the level of the European Union. And the second variable is that cultural heritage is fully into the digital era. And nowadays, a large segment of cultural and even cultural heritage production takes place in the digital world. So this situation creates new opportunities, such as 3D modeling. So now we can have people taking pictures with their cell phones in Yemen, and then we can create the model in Paris. But it also imposes a new system of collaboration between partners located thousands of kilometers away. So today now, bookbinders and computer scientists work alongside each other. And there's a few limits. There are few limits to like what AI, for instance, can bring to the cultural field. in terms of research, education, we talked about tourism, outreach, and there's little doubt that it's still, vastly underused. But harnessing the potential of these new variables requires an ambitious cooperative framework, not only to manage this massive amount of data, but also to support the human and computing resources needed to exploit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varoutikos. I'd like now to give the floor to Mrs. Haxhausen from UNESCO to share her thoughts on cooperation from a more international perspective.
Thank you. As you know, at global level, UNESCO has been leading in setting the normative framework for cultural heritage safeguarding and is supporting its member states in implementing international standards of cultural heritage conservation, management, and access. I think an important thing to say here is today this action is set in a broader context, one of the Sustainable Development Goals, which see culture as an enabler for sustainable and inclusive development. SDG 11 explicitly recognizes the importance of safeguarding of the world's natural and cultural heritage to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And I think that goes back a little bit to what you said in introduction, that cultural heritage is not only about stones, it's about people. And with this approach, cultural heritage is also not only about protecting the past, but it is about building a common sustainable future. With the pan-European cooperation that this declaration is going to foster, I think there is a unique opportunity to further also broader international cooperation for cultural heritage protection and also for sustainable development more globally. For this truly to happen, one key element will be the strengthening of capacities. It was already highlighted in earlier intervention that capacities even here in Europe are still limited. Well, in the broader world, there's even a much bigger need for these capacities. I would like here to highlight that UNESCO in partnership with the European Union is already working for capacity development in a number of areas in relation to digitization of cultural heritage. And I would like just to mention a few. And also here we have a strong partnership with economies, and Italy is also a very strong supporter of some of our activities. First, I'd like to talk about the reconstruction, the documentation and reconstruction of cultural heritage destroyed during conflict. As you may know, UNESCO has launched a flagship initiative for reviving the spirit of Mosul, which also relates to the old city of Mosul, which has been considerably destroyed during the recent conflict. 50 to 80% of the old city is destroyed. And not only it is destroyed, but it is actually inaccessible to do a more conventional assessment study of the level of destruction with a view to restoring and reconstructing, simply because of the presence of mines and other explosive devices left from the conflict. So the only way, and if you were to demine the old city of Mosul, it will probably take at least a year or two. Now, thanks to the possibility of surveying with new technology through drones, we now have the elements that will enable us to start reconstructing. And I think this is something for us, it has completely accelerated our capacity to intervene in a place like Mosul, but we are working along the same lines also in Aleppo, in Sana'a, in other historical cities that have been affected by conflict. It is also important for the use of virtual representation for virtual tourism, if you can call it that, but also more educational purposes, awareness raising. And here I agree with what you said, that here I think also what we see is a lot of young people involved in that particular sector. because obviously you know much more about this new technology that us old people do. And but maybe also a more technical area where we also work with the European Union, but that is extremely important for the protection of cultural heritage, is the digital documentation of cultural objects in museums or at sites that may be at risk of illicit trafficking. It is extremely useful for customs, border controls to have inventories which before were on paper but now have them in 3D, to be able to identify and stop objects at risk of being illicitly exported from countries. I think I will end here for now. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mrs. Hexthausen. I really enjoyed the fact that you shared some professional experiences and made a link towards development cooperation. Mr. Wacker, well, coming from a country with a very big stakes in cultural heritage, how essential is cooperation across Europe in the field of the digitalization of it?
Sì, la cooperazione tra gli Stati membri è
Cooperation between member states is fundamental. It's vital because we have to exchange experiences, knowledge. We need to create infrastructure. We need common technologies and common infrastructure. And we also need to have training in order to promote this type of work in all countries. We also need a common background of knowledge. Now, I would like to explain what has been done in Italy, because I think it illustrates the importance of digitalization, of the impact it has on people as well. For example, in the Galleria degli Uffizi, one of the most famous museums in Italy and probably in Europe, the Uffizi had very long queues. There were many lines, and this happens in very many museums. But thanks to a software developed at the University of L'Aquila, which is the city where we've had an earthquake. So they have been working on rebuilding their heritage for many years. Anyway, as I was saying, they have developed a software which has cut the waiting time to enter the museum at the Uffizi. You no longer have to queue for hours. It's now only a few minutes. Now, obviously, this is not only an issue of time, it also improves the whole experience, because if I'm not wasting my time in line, then I can enjoy the experience at the museum. And then there's the issue of gaming and video games. They can work with museum heritage. There's the Archaeological Museum of Naples that has created a video game called Father and Son. It's been downloaded 4 million times, and it's one of the most often downloaded video games. It was made in various languages: Italian, English, Chinese, Russian, Portuguese, and soon it will be available in German and Arabic as well. So this game is a very interesting example of how you can combine video games and culture. And we also have a website to find your ancestors. Once you put your name, your last name, and your date of birth, you can find the origins of your family. You can find the ancestors. There have been millions of hits, and people use the site because it makes it possible to create a link with your country of origin, because many have emigrated. Now, when we speak of our objectives, we have to speak of conservation, but also of promotion. Let's imagine the future. We may be able to go to the opera in different places at the same time, but not with a video, with a 3D experience. So we will be able to go to different theaters because technology will make it possible to replicate an experience in different areas of the globe. Or let's imagine an exhibit that involves the main museums in Europe, or the most important ones, because there could be high-definition, digitalized material. There can be exhibits that show some very important artwork, and the artwork could be shown with high-definition imagery. So, in conclusion, I think we need to speak of the public-private partnership. Digitalization of cultural heritage could make it possible to experiment on private and public partnerships, because the public sector can promote and support the private sector. And another objective is the management of cultural heritage. Now, obviously, conservation and research is the first objective of digitalization, and there has to be widespread use, widespread availability. It needs to be used to generate products, but not only cultural ones. It can also be used to create industrial products or services. For this reason, we agree on the need to have an open system and to have wide availability. But when we look at the future, we need to respect the principles which are part of national legislation.
Link between video games and cultural heritage, so that's really something fascinating to hear, especially for our generation, and I'll definitely take a look at this evening. Yeah, I'm sure I'll do it. Lastly, we're excited to hear the views of Mr. Verwaayen from the European Foundation, which is a prime example of cooperation in the digitization of cultural heritage.
Thank you, Loic. Yeah, I'm sure you'd be surprised if I told you that cooperation is not important to me. And indeed, I must congratulate the Commissioner. Her numbers were completely spot on. We work with 3,700 institutions at the moment, and we have 58 million items, which is a number. But I think it goes wider than that. I think Europeana is in itself really an exercise in cooperation. It's not always easy, but it is. It's with the museums and libraries, it's with the member states, it's with the Commission. And I think the combination of that makes it a very powerful project. It's also something that is actually replicated right now across the world. It's something that not a lot of people know, but people from the United States to India to Mexico replicate the model we have. It's an expert product, this cooperation. We also work with the Wikimedia Foundation, for example, on open data models. And I think the question we need to pose ourselves now is, who do we need to cooperate with next? And in this context, I want to mention also the Time Machine project. So Time Machine is another form of cooperation where computer scientists, the best labs here in Europe, work together with the museums, libraries and archives of Europe. I think that could be a very powerful mix to create a future for cultural heritage. And when we prepared a bit for this meeting, Loic, you asked me, okay, so how does this change my world? I'm 24. Tell me a bit about how does cultural heritage going to affect my life in the future? So what I'd like to do, and you also gave me free reins to go a bit wild here. I'd like to cite to you an article that absolutely blew my mind. A couple of phrases, not too long. from a gentleman called Kevin Kelly. And Kevin Kelly is one of the founding fathers of Wired magazine and one of the tech mavericks that really influenced me. So listen to this, because I think it will help you to understand the world that I think we're moving into. So I'm quoting. The article is called Mirror World. The mirror world doesn't yet fully exist, but it is coming. Someday soon, likely in the next 10, 15 years, every place and thing in the real world, every street, lamppost, building and room, will have its full-size digital twin in the mirror world. For now, only tiny patches of the mirror world are visible through AR headsets. Piece by piece, these virtual fragments are being stitched together to form the shared, persistent place that will parallel the real world. Now you may think, I've heard about that, it's called Google Earth, right? Google Earth has long offered a hint of what this mirror world will look like, except that these emerging digital landscapes will feel completely real. It's already under construction. Deep in the research labs of tech companies around the world, scientists and engineers are racing to construct virtual places that overlay actual places. Augmented reality is the technology underpinning the mirror world. Now, the article goes on about the changing opportunities for business and society and says, it's going to be after the web and the internet and the social web, this is going to be the next platform. But here's where it becomes really interesting to us. I quote again. Time is a dimension in the mirror world that can be adjusted. Unlike the real world, but very much like the world of software apps, you'll be able to scroll back. History will be a verb. With the swipe of your hand, you'll be able to go back in time at any location and see what came before. You will be able to lay a reconstructed 19th century view right over the present reality. End of quote. So, what I find fascinating about this is that this is going to happen within the next framework of the European Commission. This world will probably be real world. And projects like Time Machine are beginning to stitch these things together and make sure that the 4D layer on that is going to be a reality. So when we talk about cooperation, I think these are the types of cooperations we need to foster, we need to nurture, and we need to support all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verwaayen, for sharing these words with us. I'm sure they've sunk all very deep into us. We'd like to kindly thank all panelists for sharing their views with us. As member of Generation Tech, Laura and me, we're very happy to hear how emerging technologies are harnessed for preserving cultural heritage and improving its accessibility for us and for the generations to come. We're very excited to see also Member States' future action on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think Laura and Luik deserve a hand as well. They did an excellent job. And they did so well, the two commissioners, Gabriel and Navracic, want to take their photo with them. So that's, before you leave the stage, you're taking a photo with two commissioners. Can I ask the panelists to stay on stage? We have a little bit more. You can leave. I'll be calling you back a little later. The panelists, would you mind if you stay a little bit longer? We're still continuing after this Kodak moment. Remember Kodak? So what happened? It was digitized. So right now I would like to continue our discussion just a little bit more with the remarks by the Deputy Director General of DG Education and Culture. I invite Vivian Hoffman for remarks to state. Welcome.
Dear ministers, dear commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to say a few words at the end of this very thought-provoking discussion. I will, of course, not attempt to summarize the debate. I would like to thank the speakers for their very important insights. There's probably not one single conclusion, but I think there might be a main conclusion, and this would be in my mind that the discussion has shown that cooperation is key. Cooperation across borders, across sectors, to preserve cultural heritage, to foster its use and reuse in a variety of sectors, and to make it accessible to everyone with the help of state-of-the-art technologies. As you will know, the motto of the European Year of Cultural Heritage 2018 was, "Where the past meets the future." And today's discussions show the relevance of this motto and how it is now put in practice. And digitization will play and plays already a key role in making this link. It will help preserve precious cultural resources for future generations. It will help make them accessible for everyone. It will allow cultural heritage to be shared across borders and will create new opportunities for the cultural heritage sector and other sectors. It will build bridges between digital technologies and traditional skills. It will help share cultural heritage between generations. It will enable us to experience our rich and diverse cultures on new platforms and in new ways. As both Commissioners Navracsics and Gabriel said earlier, the European Commission is committed to continue supporting cultural heritage as a resource for the future. Digital technologies offer unprecedented opportunities in this respect. Cooperation on the digitization of cultural heritage is part and parcel of this effort. And this commitment is, as you know, spelled out in the European Framework on Cultural Heritage, which was adopted last year in December. So, today's event shows that the Member States, the European Commission, cultural heritage, and the other relevant stakeholders have the same ambition when it comes to the role and value of cultural heritage now and in future. And this is why it is so encouraging to see the commitment of the Member States that will sign the Declaration on Advanced Digitization of Cultural Heritage in a few minutes. So to sum up, I would say this is a very good day for cultural heritage, a very good day for possibilities brought about by key digital technologies, and a very good day for cooperation in Europe. Thank you. Thank you for a very insightful debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. And now I'd like to invite Claire Burry, Deputy Director General of DG Connect, for closing remarks. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to have the last word. Thank you, Vivian. I think that we can say that between our two Director Generals, it doesn't take a digital day to bring us together, but it has certainly brought us closer working on the declaration and putting that together so it could be signed today. So thank you very much for the excellent cooperation. Thank you very much to our panelists. I think you showed us how, if we have all the right stakeholders together, that is the Member States, Gianluca, cultural institutions, Harry, our international partners, Louise, thank you, from UNESCO, and of course, last but by no means least, our cultural sector and our creative sector, which is a big part of our economy and a big part of our cultural heritage and of our future. So if we can work together with all of you, I think we can deliver on the declaration that the Member States are now going to sign up to. Cooperation is at the heart of that. You made that very clear in terms of what needs to be done. Interoperability. Harry, yes, you reminded us about that word, and we have to do more on that front, that's for sure. Thank you, Louise. You said heritage is not about stones, it's about people. It's not about machines either. There are lots of us in the room who have been connected to their machines throughout this, but at the end of the day, it's all about the people that put it together, that come together, that mean we can move things forward. So I hope now, without any more ado, we can move to the signature of the declarations, and that spirit of cooperation that we've heard on the panel today can now drive us forward with the member states to deliver in practice on the commitments that they're going to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burry, and thank you to the wonderful panel, and now you may take your seats. And best of luck to you. And we will be clearing the stage now for the highlight of this session, that is signing the declaration, and we will clear it out in just a moment, when I will invite again Commissioner Navracic and Commissioner Gabriel to come and witness the signing, and I will be calling all the states by alphabetical order to come and sign. While we're waiting for that, I just wanted to let you know that 26 member states and Norway have actually agreed to sign this declaration. Some of the states have already signed it because the representatives had to go back home, but the rest of them will be signing right now in just a few moments when I call them up. So now I will start calling the countries by name. Kingdom of Belgium, please welcome. Next, I call on Ireland to come and sign. Hellenic Republic is next. Italian Republic, welcome. I guess 26 countries have signed, most of them right now, but a lot of pages to go through. Republic of Cyprus, welcome. Republic of Latvia is next. Hungary, your turn. Hungary will sign, I promise you. Republic of Malta, welcome to you. Republic of Poland, you're next. Portuguese Republic, welcome to you. Romania, welcome. Republic of Slovenia is next. Welcome to you as well. And last but not least, Kingdom of Sweden. Welcome to you as well.
There was two had signed before they signed two times.
That's a double commitment.
That's why I was.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thank you. Best of luck to you. All right. And now finally, I would like to thank the person behind all these important subjects, in particular agriculture and culture that we didn't quite connect with digitalization. I want to thank this person who put them into the focus of our discussion today. Roberto Viola, Director General of DG Connect, welcome to close off this remarkable event.
Dear commissioners, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here and participating in this Digital Day number 3. First of all, allow me to really thank Ralitza for all the work that she has done today. Really impressive. Thank you very much. Then allow me to thank the team that organized this, my colleagues at the European Commission. This has been quite an effort, and thank you especially, because without you this would not have been a digital day, it would have been an empty day. And thanks also of the team which we have worked and we continue working hand in hand, which is the team of the Romanian presidency. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for all the effort you have done. Very impressive. Thank you very much. Now, you have seen the pictures of the first digital day in Rome. There were few of you, or your predecessor or you, signing those declarations, which by the way, became reality, like the Euro HPC, the supercomputer endeavor of Europe, that now it's more than €1 billion investment, collective investment, so it's reality. So first of all, I want to say is that those declarations which are signed, then they become reality. You have seen it, what happened of those signed 3 years ago. You see what we did with the one signed last year. It will be the same year. The second thing is, from 7 ministers, 8 ministers, we are now at declaration we are signed by almost everybody. There was no legal obligation to do that for you. It was your commitment to work together in Europe. And the third thing is, this year it was a bit of a risk, to be frank, because we moved from, say, high-tech. Last year was about blockchain. 2 years ago, as I said, the supercomputers, to the people and to Europe. I mean, in terms of Europe, of people working in agriculture, culture, and I mean, bringing digital just as a tool. And also, I mean, not the essential tool, because the essential tool in agriculture is also what we eat, what we do. And in culture is, I mean, the beautiful things we see or we enjoy. So digital is just a tool. And we humbly serve, I mean, the citizens of Europe with this beautiful tool, which is digital technology, to be better. And that's the whole purpose. And also, it seems, I mean, this is the reality of what we have done in the digital single market, and today the digital really unites Europe around the same idea of transforming something for good, having a better society, safer society, wealthier society. So thanks very much for being part of this crazy idea that Europe can be better in the future, which I think is not that crazy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Viola, for the crazy ideas, and I hope you never stop dreaming crazy ideas. Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of this quite remarkable day, Digital Day 3, where Europe embraced its high-tech future in the European way, upholding its values, focusing on its strengths, and building new alliances. I wish all of you best of luck as we all continue to push the boundaries of what's possible. Thank you, and enjoy now. We have a networking cocktail. Enjoy that, and thank you for your participation, for being such a great audience. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.